Hello and welcome to an episode of Dungeon Master. My name is Chauncey, and I am that Dungeon Master. Welcome to our Halloween episode, my auburn flowers. Welcome. It's an episode 64 of Arkelya campaign of the Dungeon Master group, and we got our cast here. Most of them are hiding, but one of them is showing themselves. So hello, DTW. Other than that, let's see for announcements. Sorry we didn't play the last 2 weeks. We had 6, and then we had some people sick 1 week, and then the other week we had scheduled absences. But we're back! Hooray! And I don't think we have another planned outage yet.
Next week for me, maybe. We'll let you know.
Next week for you. Oh, okay. Well, let's hope we play. Okay. As far as Primerus Paradox, yeah, check us out on Saturdays. We should be playing tomorrow, so hooray! I'm taking these gloves off. They are literally irritating my hands to no end. So,
keep them on. They're cool.
No. They're definitely irritating the heck out of my fingers. So there, I got it. I got that portion. All right, so let's get ahead and get to the last episode that we had for Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. So, in our last episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master, Heartseeker comes to Thoric's aid and resuscitates him. The team resumes their rest, and come morning, Thoric, Doma, and Ikal all feel recovered from their injuries back at Rustic Meadows. The band continues west and roams through the rolling hills of Fairfield. Along the way, they overhear the Ironhoof Knights asking for help from the People's Band to corner some horse thieves. But beyond that, the journey was mostly uneventful. At night, a maimed veteran of the recent war with the orcs to the east finds his way into our camp. Ikal gifts this man's, named Peter Handler, some food, water, and the man carries on with his travels. The next day, the party reaches the edge of Fairfield's territory and runs into their first checkpoint. The Court of Banners is scanning all travelers for the sickness and requires Heartseeker to be processed as well. There is a delay, but in the end, the entire group is given permission to continue onward. Another day comes and closes for our ensemble. In the morning travels, the group passes by 2 wagons who have an unusual amount of guards with them. The wagons appear to be transporting barrels of some liquid. Roderick recognizes the logo on the side of one of these wagons being that of Mer du Monde Shipping Company, a family of shippers who hold high influence in Westwood. The half-elf warlock suspects the family has connections with the Devil-Len crime syndicate and is wary with telling all of you to speed up to avoid these people. Come nightfall, our group sees the gates of Nescaria, the capital of the Court of Banners and the Western States. And as you guys are nearing the entrance of the gate, you see that it is clogged with dozens of people trying to get refugee within its walls. Another checkpoint is slowly processing the citizens, and the group witnesses a man flee in panic when he is about to be arrested for being sick. The suspect could have been killed, but based on the actions of one Evelyn Zastira, he is subdued with magic before events turned in an unfavorable direction. The man ends up in manacles and hysterically proclaims that he doesn't want to get sent to the farm. Despite this, he is escorted to the back of a wagon and put inside. Heartseeker decides that perhaps it's not worth it to go into Nescaria and decides to go a little bit farther in their journey away from the gates of the city. And that's where we last left off, was that very tense moment of that man going, No, I don't want to go to the farm! You're all tyrants! Right, yelling loudly. And so you see it, you should kind of refresh in your heads. There was all these really stressed people. There was absolute chaos and panic when one person was labeled to be sick, and then he ran into the crowd. And so as you guys kind of start marching just a little bit further away, getting back on your horses, or never leaving your horses, but having them move a little bit away, you can hear a lot of cries and woes of people who are still suffering out in that quarantine, or rather checkpoint, entering into Nescaria's region. It's dusk out, so there is very little light in the environment around you. We have a moon that's growing larger and larger each day. It's going to be a full moon soon in the next couple days. You have some white dots in the skies of constellations. I'm not the one to change this. White constellations in the skies. You got occasional silhouettes of cloud lines that are blocking certain vantages of the skyline. It's mostly dark. If it weren't for that moon providing a nice blue glow into the environment around you, it'd be pretty hard to see right now, right? There is some unnatural light, like along Nescaria, there are torches that you can have orange glow around the city and the walls around the city. There aren't any torches along the highway itself. There isn't the resources to do that. So your group is free, of course, to use your own means to produce illumination if you would wish to use such, or you're free to just go as you see fit. Do you want to continue down the highway? Do you want to... Why is this nerd wearing a suit? Okay, thanks, buddy.
Rude. The real question is, why are you not wearing a suit, nerd?
Good point. Good point.
Whoa,
Get
who
him.
says I'm not?
Get him, Potato. Get him. All right. So, do you guys want to continue down the highway? Where are you going? What do you want to do? Do you want to turn around and say, F it, let's go back in Ascaria? What's the plan, Heartseeker?
Do we have suits?
How long left do we have to travel? Like before we're done traveling for the day?
I mean, you're at that point now. It's night. So you've actually
then
you're pushing beyond it, so...
I believe the consensus was at the end of the day we were going to find a spot off the road to camp. And we were having to decide between the south side and the north side.
Well, that's what it was the day before. That would be another decision you'll have to make tonight. But the group didn't come to a heavy consensus. They kind of watched the ordeal, and then this woman guard who was next to this like lieutenant for the People's Band, she advised that perhaps if you don't have immediate business in Niscaria to move on, and you guys, after witnessing what would be hell to get into Niscaria in the first place, and who knows what happens if you actually got inside, your agreeable decision was like, oh, maybe we'll continue moving. But you don't have to. If you want to, you could redecide and go back in Niscaria right now if you'd like. Your choice is yours.
Are we going in, or are we gonna camp out here?
I think we should camp outside.
I'm not so sure. There's so many refugees out here. God knows who might want to cause trouble.
They're not going to mess with us, and if they do, it would be a terrible decision for them.
We could just go a little bit further down the road, too. I doubt most of these people are going to be heading west for some suspicious reason. Who knows?
It would be trouble for us, but
I
still.
think it'd be safer health-wise, too, if we're not in a crowded city.
It's confirmed to have the plague, supposedly, according to those Wormsworth associates.
My vote is to stay out of the city since all this trouble has been put into keeping us out. The guards and everything, and plus the recommendation of the captain lady was for us to stay out anyway. We're not going to Niscaria, we're going west.
I just wanted a bed. Fine.
Well, you can sleep in my tent, it was salvaged, you know.
Does it have a bed?
I mean, it has your bedroll in it. It's close enough.
That's not a bed, though.
You mean...
Fine, I'll take it.
We can put leaves underneath it and make it...
Why don't you ask Lumi to make some furniture out of those vines he's been doing the last few days?
Super itchy. I don't know what's wrong with them, but they just... Sorry, I didn't say anything, Lumi.
No, it's fine. We're kind of close to civilization, and I don't like making growth this close.
Well, then, do you want to continue on a little bit? Maybe 30 minutes into the dark?
That sounds good to me.
Well, then, let there be light! And he lifts his staff in the air, and there's now illumination for 40 feet.
We're all blinded.
You're definitely not blinded. Yes, I'm very powerful, Carl. Yes, you can learn these tricks if you want to become my protege.
I am fine.
I'm gonna one-up him. I'm gonna light a torch, and I'm gonna cast Control Flames to double the length, how far the light reaches.
Yeah, it's double the length, so now it's 80 feet illumination. You are burning a torch, so you are using a consumable. Keep that in mind.
Fine. There's 3 anyway.
They're not free, but there might be 3 left.
I have a sword. Everything I want is free.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you guys head west and travel for 10, 20, whatever, minutes. Nothing over an hour, right? Unless you want to push, you are free to do such. But it sounds like you're just kind of looking for the first alcove or the first relative spot. And common sense, just as a courtesy, kind of hits you that perhaps maybe you'll go beyond the first spot or the first 2 spots. Maybe look for the 3rd or 4th, because maybe there'll be other people who get frustrated in Niscaria And you just don't want them to be thinking to camp at the same spot, right? It's low chance they would be heading west, but who knows? And so you guys actually go probably about 30 minutes before you find an alcove, like the third option that came through, that seems good enough. It's your pick of the litter if you want to head south into the Kirk region or if you want to head north into the Niscaria region. That's your choice. Is there a preference?
North, so we could be closer to the water.
Yes, right. The massive lake that you cannot see right now. All right, so you guys pick north. You find some alcove of trees. There is actually rarely. That is not a clip-on tie. It's a legitimate tie. Please stop critiquing my outfit. Thank you. All right, so you head north. You find an alcove of trees. There is actually timber present. You guys could salvage and actually make a legitimate, naturally made fire if you so want here, right? It's not too cold, right? Like we are later spring, right? We are moving to towards summer soon, actually, not a month or so away or something like that. So it's it's warmer in this point. So you are free to set up your campsite. Is there any specific requests for your campsite?
My tent.
A bed.
A bed. Do you have a bed?
No, I don't know. We're gonna.
Yeah, I'm kind of more inclined. Is there like magic or specific watches you want to do or any of that jazz?
I want my tent to be set up in a place that would protect it from aerial beings. So near trees, like a dense grove of trees.
Yeah, the place you picked in the first place, you're in the grove. There's roots. It's a little uncomfortable on the ground, but it will protect the tent in the event that they come directly vertically down on top of you. Maybe if they come in a slant, it won't do as good, but from directly above, it's probably okay. Unless the tree falls on top of the tent, that's a whole separate can of worms.
That's highly unlikely. These are sturdy trees here.
Wow.
Random raccoon or something falls out of the tree, cannonballs right into your tent. You save the raccoon's life, but you lose the tent.
A certain one-eyed being falls on my tent.
Oh.
All right. So, any other requests or special TLC you guys would like to do with your campsite?
No, I'm not casting my spell tonight.
Okay. Even though you're like a mile away from Niscaria, you're okay with not doing that?
Yeah, I don't. We're definitely too close, and also I don't want to garner attention here.
Good idea.
All right.
That's a good
idea.
idea.
Should I not make the dome then?
The dome.
Because it does kind of, stand out a bit.
Can you make it not stand out?
I can make it like one shade of color, and I can try to make it naturally looking.
We can cover it in leaves or like shrubbery.
It kind of just floats down it, it doesn't really have good traction. It's magic.
Does prove that.
Well, I'll leave it up to you. If you think we should do it, then we should do it. If not,
oh yes, up to me. Really wonderful idea. I did just not randomly determine what I'm going to do. It seems we will not be using the dome tonight. I just think that's probably the best idea for us for some reason.
al fresco it is then.
I might be very irritated with myself in a bit, but at the moment that seems like
it really feels like the dome is something you would want to do, though, normally.
Oh, yes, normally, absolutely, yes. Tonight, though, if you're not doing your druid grove, why would I do my dome?
And it also feels like it costs you nothing, and there would be really no downside to doing it whenever you please.
Well, I'm getting my bag out here, and he prepares his bag. Hey, what's this?
Oh, that feels really out of character.
There's something in my bag!
Huh?
And he's like, kind of flips it around a little bit, and then just onto the ground is a dead frog.
Oh.
Yep. Which of you is the rapscallion that did this?
Wow.
What is that?
Blink.
That's a dead frog.
Maybe just jumped in.
Oh, yes, you could see it, can't you? So was it you?
Why would I put a frog in whatever your sleeping bag if it looks like...
That's a good question. Why would anyone do that?
I don't know.
We did camp at a pond.
It could have just hopped in there and you didn't notice.
The likelihood that a frog chose to come into my bag.
I mean,
it's far more likely than one of us putting it in there.
Oh, that sounds
I disagree
conveniently
with that,
convenient for you, Thorak. And he's like eyeing you very aggressively.
What? It's a frog. I just went in there and croaked. It took him 5 seconds solid.
Okay.
Unpleasant.
Put a frog in his room.
All right. Well,
All right, well, I suppose we should check all of our bags.
yes,
Maybe there's more frogs in there.
Good idea.
Or then check his
Is
bag.
there a frog in my bag?
There, you guys know there's no frog in your bag. You know who did it. Out of character. One person knows in character.
Wait, who did it?
What do you?
I don't remember who did it. That's the
I actually
thing.
don't remember.
Oh no.
The person who hasn't
guess
said a single thing all episode is the one that
Our
did.
druid friend?
Yeah, I
Huh?
think so.
No.
No, Luby's spoken.
Yeah. It's
Roderick?
Yes.
Roderick did it?
Yes, he did.
Did he really?
Yes. He did it with Krista. She wanted to pull a prank on someone.
Oh my god, that's right,
Okay,
Krista!
Krista.
Fucking Krista, man.
But Roderick was an accomplice to it.
Bitch.
And then the frog apparently died over the day. So poor thing.
Chris,
Oh no! His bedroll's gonna smell like dead frog.
Yeah.
this is why fey creatures must be slain.
All right. Any other special requests over the evening? Anyone?
A
Anyone?
bag for a dead frog.
There's no dead frog in your bag.
Oh.
Okay, so it sounds like there's no watch. It sounds like Rolda's gonna go to sleep at the same
take a
time.
watch.
I'll
No,
take a watch.
I'm no longer gonna
No.
stress it. Next time I say anything special, if you guys say
Well,
nothing,
no,
then you're
no,
all
see,
getting
no,
knives in your
No,
necks.
no. This is the problem: is we don't consider a watch special. That's the
Exactly.
norm.
That's what I was gonna say.
Well, unfortunately,
You're
DM does
That's
want to
basic bitch
hear,
shit.
hey, I want to set up X, Y, and we might not narrate the literal dialogue of the entire evening, but I would like to hear the input of saying, I want to be in watch for the evening, DM.
I would like to say I did say I will take the first
did.
watch. You can review the VOD.
Yeah, I'm going.
Conveniently,
back
I
to
don't
the
remember
bar right
that,
now.
so conveniently for me. Okay.
I'm clipping it.
I'll take whatever watch.
So just FYI, guys, in case we didn't know, you have the sufficient numbers to actually have 2 people watch on every shift. Think
What?
about it. There's 7 of you, but one of you is a true elf, and she can cover 2 watches. So you can actually have 2 people per shift. Anyone? Any special interactions? Anyone want to have like a one-on-one with someone, or maybe a small little group conversation together, or maybe a massive group conversation over the evening? The choices are yours. None? Nothing? No?
I think
That would
me
be
and the old
super
man
cool.
will get the first one. You know, he needs his sleep late into the evening.
That's
after
right. It
that.
sounds like Thorak wants the first watch, so I think I'll take maybe the last watch.
We don't need multiple people in a watch.
It just
Also,
makes it-
none of you.
I can
Also,
take the second and third, I guess, or whatever. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm easy, breezy.
all of you just go to bed. I'll wake someone up. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Correct choice.
You know what? That's good enough for me. Lumia digs his
That works.
staff into the
That
ground
works.
and leans back on it.
I just set my bag and go to bed.
I take first watch with Thorak, and by that I mean I'm going hunting.
Oh.
That is strenuous
Not a watch
activity.
at all.
That is true. That is
you,
true.
You cannot hunt while you are resting. You delay everyone else's rest by 2 hours.
Never mind. I started moving and then I felt my bones creak a little bit. I will stay in the camp for a little while.
Yeah, that seems like a good plan.
Good man. Good man.
Yes.
Okay, so Thorak's taking
Peter
first
Weather.
watch, and you guys are having a shift, and then so with that, random Rubik's cube of however you want to Tetris it, there's the opportunity for anyone to say anything they want to anyone else in private ear to ear. No one else overhear it. Anyone want to strike that iron? Wow,
I mean,
sounds
I
like,
am watching with
possibilities.
Thorak.
sound like that's a nut. Okay, well, just consider it, because if there's other opportunities in the future, maybe you
Alright.
want to participate in
Oh.
them. All right.
Yes.
So
You don't suppose? Oh, you don't suppose we can find any frogs around here, do you?
Why do you want a frog?
You
I mean,
know.
there's no ponds nearby.
Might be still some toads or something. I don't know.
That's quite a bit of ways. I mean, I could probably find a toad or a frog if I really looked, but like, why?
Too much effort. Well, it seems Baldric really likes them in his sleeping bag.
Not torturing him, you guys. Come on.
You're not asleep yet?
Nope.
He's sleep talking.
I'm like mumbling in my sleep.
Go to bed.
Leave alone.
We've got to travel.
All right. I don't think anything eventful is going to
Right,
happen.
got it. Okay, so
Yeah.
moving on. Shifts go by, and conveniently, nothing of major note really happens. During your watches, you guys would hear that there is life out in the wilderness around you. Be it birds of prey in the evening, be it small rodents and voles out in the skirts around the twigs and stuff making noise that way, or being insects flying by, or whatever it is. There's life, right? There are animals out there, crickets and things like that make noise or make noise through interacting with the environment, right? And so you see these. You hear bats squeaking, hunting for insects of the night, right? And so regardless of whoever's watch happens to take when, you would overhear these things. No one comes by the road. You're close enough that you would be able to overhear hooves or conversation if it came by. You're probably like 100 feet off, but you'd be able to hear it because it's quiet enough, right? And then to reiterate, mostly dark night. You guys have probably cut your light spells to make a low profile, so the only real light you have is that of the moon above you. And once again, it's near a full moon, so there's a lot of light being washed into the environment. You're getting lots of these like silhouettes of like hills or mountains or trees, right? There's kind of like that black velvet curtain that doesn't show you the details, but shows you that kind of vague outline, and you can go, I think that's this, I think that's that. And yes, I know dark vision's great and all, but that only works within 60 feet of you, so don't even say, I can see you everywhere. No, you can't. You can't see a mile away. It doesn't work that way. So, nonetheless, morning comes, and I believe last watch was Baldric and whomever, but luckily, sunlight begins to peek its way into the skyline. The indigos and purples of the night begin to fade away and are replaced by oranges, pinks, and then blues of a rising sun and a blue skyline. And so you guys are kind of stirring yourselves awake. It's like 8 in the morning. It's a little cold now, but not too bad, but a little cold, right? So you kind of find yourself like either wanting to stay sheltered in your blankets a little bit longer, or if you're more disciplined, you're actively moving your body to make it produce heat, right? Some of you are probably throwing food into your engines to warm yourselves up and get those primed and ready to go. Some of you are probably relieving yourselves from having to sleep for 8 hours and having that need rise over the long period of time. Either way, your morning routines are taking place. Be it calisthenics, being preparing spells, being whatever, communing or non-communing you do, and throughout your day, your morning starts off, of which everyone seems ready to go. All immediate needs are met, and so you all mount up onto your horses. Once again, Lumi is probably back riding with someone. It doesn't really matter whom, but one of you happens to have two individuals onto one horse. And you guys continue west. Now, on the road, if I recall now, once you kind of hit Niscaria's region, the road will start turning southward more than going straight west, if I recall correctly. Double checking that map. You guys actually, I guess you actually have more west, and eventually it's going to rise up north a little bit and then turn. So we're approximately like right here right now, right? You're like an hour away from the front of Niscaria. And so, journey commences. It's early morning. And as you are navigating the early morning alabaster highway and hearing birds crying and chirping and looking for food and all that other nonsense, you see some rabbits grazing on grass. Your horses scare them and run off in little packs into the high grass nearby. You see farmers, or what would be farmers. You see farmsteads. Doesn't seem like any farmers are actually out in their crops right now. There does appear to be some level of civilization present, right? You're like right next to Niscaria. So there are farmlands and things here. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of people abundant. The highway is mostly open, except for 2 wagons traveling in quick succession, a small convoy, a similar looking 2 wagons, though the people that are roughly with the wagon don't necessarily look like the same numbers of people. It looks like it's near the same amount of density, but there's probably -1 or -2 of them. But there is another troop of people with 2 wagons with tarps over them, and you would imagine, your eyes imagine it's probably got barrels of liquid, once again, moving from one location to the other. In this case, the wagons are actually moving the same direction you are. So you can see them far away, but they seem to have a considerable distance on you, and based off of your interaction was it the day before, they are traveling probably faster than you are at this point in time. But you see it. Definitely a call, definitely looming. Your guys' perception's more than high enough. I think even, well, effectively everyone besides Doma would definitely have notated, no, because everyone wants to be a god in perception, notated the wagon's existence, right? These 2 wagons, once again. And so they seemingly are headed the same way you are, so it means it's going west right now. But there's still miles and miles of travel ahead of you before this day would close out. And you are effectively 2 days away from Westwind itself. 2 more days of travel necessary before you would get to the city gate, provided you haven't fallen off skew, but you'd get to the city gate at the end of the 6th day, right? If you're a little behind, you would have to then start it on the 7th day. With that in mind, your guys' travel commences and continues. And you pass by a couple like riff-raff individuals, vagabonds, some families that seem to be fleeing. Some people are kind of like gathering things. There's one moment where there's a guy who's got like a pig that seems to have gotten free from his wagon, and he's trying to like chase it up a ramp to get it back into the back of a wagon. There is a motif that you guys would notice over the majority of this day. The presence of People's Band, as well as Ironhoof Knights, is incredibly, well, not Ironhoof Knights, obviously, there wouldn't be any of them out here. Scarlet Pride Knights, there's basically like none of them here. There's a significant drop in law enforcement. And as this day has been transpiring, you basically have run into none, right? So kind of like those of you that are a little bit more like political savvy would go, well, they're probably being used at the, like all stationed at those checkpoints, right? Which means there's less policing actually on the highway itself. They just don't have the resources for it, right? You already know the resources for enforcement is incredibly strapped as it is, based on your overhearing the conversation at the high-seated meeting, right? All right, so as this day continues, let's see. I need to go to here. I forgot to do this once again. Can I have everyone please make a Constitution saving throw?
Who's within 5 feet?
I'm within 5 feet of Doma. I'm walking right beside him.
That does not get applied to this. As stated before, you cannot.
It's just for me.
So Doma, you cannot add your charisma bonus on top of your Constitution. It's just going to be whatever.
All right.
Can we use items?
Technically, no. You're incapacitated.
It's only a +9.
What? Oh, well, sleeping
really?
again.
Yeah, it's basically it's over such a long period of day that I just can't allow. I can't allow lucky. I can't allow something that would like burst save you. It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense for this kind of check, right? You're trying to see, have I been lucky enough to not have been exposed to any of the random occurrences there, where I could have caught something nefarious. So
we're all seeing the same thing, aren't we?
I see that nat one from Roderick. Okay. So Doma, just to double check, what'd you roll on the dice?
What do you mean?
What'd you roll on your dice? The actual dice
11.
roll. 11. Okay, and then you have a +2 con mod. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just want to make sure because I just feel suspicious that perhaps you in the previous roll added your saving bonus even when you weren't supposed to. But I'm just going to be a little bit more anal about that when I happen to have this roll go by. Okay, so do I have everyone though? I only see 4 rolls and there's potatoes there. That's 5. I'm missing someone. There should be a 6.
Right above it. They're all 6 are in chat.
22. I see. Okay, and then of course our good old man Baldric has to make his saving throw. Okay. So let me update some things here.
Uh-oh, Roderick's gonna die again.
Rod, who's done that?
Again, he's going to die again. Okay. Right, moving back on then. So your day travel.
You killed Roderick, you bastards!
So over half the day goes by of your guys' travel throughout the day. And there is some things you're starting to note, some slightly odd occurrences. You've passed by, you've seen a couple farms, and this will be the first farm you run into, which is just completely boarded up. There are actually animals still out in the barn and out like grazing, but it looks like the homestead, there's planks of wood hammered over the windows, hammered over the door. It looks like people have tried to shut this facility down and then grabbed whatever was probably immediately valuable to them and lightweight and then left. And this is the first effectively abandoned homestead that you're running by. There's nothing like terribly outlandish besides the fact that you see boarded windows and boarded doors, right? But throughout this day, you would see more and more of them. And they're increasing in volume. You know, those of you with good math, you recognize that there does seem to be the more west you go, the higher volume and density that you would run into these. But at the start, like halfway through your day, it's not too bad. But as you get further towards the west, you're starting to run into more and more of them. And so throughout the day, you would think that maybe about 25% of all homesteads or dwellings you've gone by have been abandoned. Some of them look like they've been abandoned for a long enough period of time where there's evidence of vegetation growing. Like we're talking weeks of people not being present at that location. Also, some of these dwellings, the boarded planks and such, have like red squibbling on them. Most of these are like not immediately roadside, right? Most of these homesteads are not going to be on the highway because that would make a lot of noise, which would make it very difficult to like, sleep or rest in your own homestead. It would be a breach of privacy, right? So most of these homes are far enough away where you can't like really see it, what the dialect is or the writing happens to be, but you can tell there does appear to be symbols on some of these homes that looks like it's been painted in red. Of course, throughout your day's travel here along the highway, there is signage that is reading, "Beware, silent plague, continuing at your own risk. Please wear mask covering. Please wash your hands regularly. Please keep yourself, well, not just keep hygiene regularly. And then, of course, keep 6 feet between you and everyone else. If you do feel symptoms of being sick, please contact the local guard or a Wormsworth associate, right?" So you see several of these signs as you move across the strait. It does appear that they are facing in both directions, be it west to east and east to west. So they are now, the signs are on both sides, not just directed into one direction. And you guys would know that the assumed epicenter is at Westwind itself. As you are moving by, are moving more and more west, around 3/4 through your day, you would see a dirt road that apparently begins to bend southward, which would be towards the Kirk region. Am I right? That feels wrong. I thought I just looked at the map and that feels wrong. Double checking. Yes, no, that's right. Yes, you would see about 3/4 of your day, you would see a road that bends south, and there's a sign that says Kirk, heading south. So your guys' token literally is like right here now, right? This road here going down towards Kirk, that route. Now, the Alabaster Highway was this massive construction with Hothossa stone. It's brilliantly wide. There's masonry involved with it. But this dirt road is a dirt road. It's a path, right? That's been beaten down by horse hooves and stuff like that. There's like, root interengagement. That's probably been salted to try to avoid other plants from growing in. But it's a dirt path, right? It's still roughly the same width the Alabaster Highway, so you could have like 2 wagons, 3 wagons shoulder to shoulder with one another, but it doesn't have that like extra flair. And so this would be one of those instances where you've recognized that just because there was a massive investment of one massive highway doesn't mean every road that is on through Windheim has such huge resources dumped into it.
So, question: the Alabaster Highway is all fancy, right? It's rock, it's stone, it's a proper road. There can also be other roads that aren't just highway quality, but that aren't dirt either.
There could.
This one, just in particular, is just dirt, though.
But you have not seen that. Unfortunately, Windheim does not have that kind of investment. There's effectively one legacy highway, and that's the Alabaster Highway. But there aren't like many roads that are like cobblestone or things like that. That's just not common. Okay. With all the reoccurrence of massive calamities and of course major apex or threats that make it hard to invest into. Like on Earth, humans are the top dog, right? Most animals leave us alone, so we can kind of shape the land a little bit more easily. So it doesn't seem to be the case. There really isn't a large surplus of roads. Maybe in certain districts near cities, but not out in the wilderness. And you guys are too far away from in the wilderness right now. Alabaster Highway is a unique construction that was done way back in pre the Second Calamity, actually. It was done back in the Age of Conquest is when it was completed. Started and completed.
That's some really good road work. No potholes either.
Well, it has been tended to since its construction. It's been replaced. Stones do age and decay. They do require there to be new Hothos imported from the south. So that's why there's continual trade with the fleet, right? So it's not like it's been perfectly lasting for 3,250 years. No, there has been effort that's been done to continue to make it so it still survives. But it is still good work. I shouldn't challenge that, but it is still good. I just don't want you to populate this like very off-brand image. Okay, so you see this road heading south, and you guys continue moving on your way. And it's around here that you would, nearing the end of the day, where the sun's kind of getting towards that skyline, where you're tired, you're short, your horses should be wanting to stop. It's not quite dusk yet. You could push deeper in the day, but you know that you've gone your day's worth of travel. You see ahead of you there is a junction, right? A junction that heads north. And the road continues straight and heads north. This is kind of T junction ahead of you. You could push to that junction, but you could also stop where you are now. Your eyesights are good enough that you guys recognize there is no homesteads or dwellings. There's not like a hamlet here, unlike on the east side of the Alabaster Highway, there was a hamlet, Renoa. There doesn't appear to be a hamlet here at this junction of the Alabaster Highway. So if you want, you could go to there and stop, or you could stop early, or you could go past it and keep pushing if you want. Choice is yours. Do you want to stop early? Do you want to get to the junction? Sun is starting to get close to that horizon, so there is the coloration of a sunset starting to happen.
I don't think we should camp at the junction. I think we should either do before
Let's
or
just
after.
stop here.
Yeah, I think we should just stop here.
Would rather than less people in.
Okay. So with that, you guys start setting up your camp. And so you find a place, not at the junction, but before it, right? So it's probably within like another 5 minutes. You find a place that's adequate before the daylight, the sun completely disappears. So in this case, there really wasn't a large, like nice, like little tree grove. It's more like there's this like kind of like topography where like the hills are kind of shaped in a way where you kind of get nestled into the pocket of a hill, basically, the low valley of it, to kind of give yourself some wind shear protection. But you can still see the highway pretty clearly. And as you guys are setting up your bedrolls, preparing yourself, is there any special activity you guys would like to prime for your camp for the evening?
Yeah, I'll cast my fucking spell.
Okay, so Druid Grove is being cast. Okay. Any special parameters for the Druid Grove, or are we going to continue with this very generic...
It's just gonna be all of the fucking smoke.
The fog?
Yeah, the fog cloud.
Okay.
And they're all out in... And I'll also, even though that creature said it, as long as I allow, the other person in, that it could come in, I'm gonna also make an exception that it can join us. I forgot its name right now.
Krista? Yes.
Yeah, okay. Krista is allowed in now.
All right, so you officially recognize her inside it. Krista is actually not invisible at this point in time. She's just kind of like flying around, just kind of like looking. She seems excited at the moment. She keeps looking more and more west. You would notice this, those of you with higher insight. She seems to be very eager for something at the moment. But she knows you guys need to sleep, and so do your horses. So she didn't once recommend that you guys keep pushing. But she does seem to be, as the day has gone by, more and more eager with your pursuits. Any special interactions, any conversations, private conversations, group conversations, any special tasks that anyone would like to try to do throughout this day or evening? Okay, so one person on watch? Sure.
Yeah. Watch.
Okay. Two watches.
I can do a watch.
Okay, 3 watches.
Second or third.
So, what is our plan when we get to Westwind?
That's a good.
There is no plan. Just look
Okay.
around.
getting fuck shit up. I don't know. No,
I mean-
we need to talk with people.
I mean, this is like your home, right, Roderick? So you're taking the lead on this one.
Yeah.
Well, Evelyn makes a really good point. Going in without any plan means that we are going to pick every second spent there for nothing. And every second we spend in a contaminated area is likely to get us infected. So if we can curb any of that prior to entering Westwind, and even saving us just an hour of time, it would be worth the investment for that. Also, I should check. Is anyone feeling ill? Anyone starting to feel sick in any capacity?
Am I feeling ill?
No.
Are any of us feeling ill?
No.
Don't think
No.
so.
Feel fine.
I think
I
I'm
believe
okay.
so.
I've been thinking a lot. This is a widespread plague, but they've done a good job hiding it from. I mean, aside from the signs, we haven't seen a single suffering or sickly person, or I don't know, no bodies or nothing.
That just makes it a little more curious, doesn't it?
He
Maybe
shrugs
those,
his shoulders.
maybe those who get sick like get pulled underground. Who knows?
Well,
Maybe immediately killed.
In times of
We saw a person that was
Disease.
infected, they said. Walking.
Oh well, we don't know if they're truly infected. I mean, they just
True.
said that.
Maybe there's a Wormsworth associate, like they know
Right.
where their stuff is. Of
I
course,
was-
of course they
I
would
was
just
just
randomly make people think they're infected and take them to the farm.
To the farm, yes.
Just
Anyone
with
have
how many
anything about
people
that?
are in front of the
That
city.
person seemed very nervous about such a. It's kind of been rubbing me the
Well,
wrong way last day.
It sounds like they put him in some kind of like quarantine camp or something, and he sounded afraid to go there. I think. If I read the scene correct, maybe I didn't, but
I can't blame him. If I wasn't sick, I wouldn't want to go to a place where they're all sick, right? That's effectively a death
Right.
sentence.
right.
And even if I was sick, would I trust Wormsworth Associates to fix me?
Seems like the common people trust him.
And they're all lunatics, is what they are.
Wow. We only have your side of that story so far. You may be right.
Of course I'm right, Evelyn. Please, you trust me with your life, right?
I do.
Yeah, hear that?
It doesn't
There was a
necessarily mean
moment. There was
he's
this like
wrong.
there was hope in his eyes. Like, please say yes.
Of course.
A thought occurs. This sickness is only being checked by Wormsworth Associates, right? What's
That was
stopping
neither-
them from just sending innocents to this farm? People who aren't even sick.
Like the guy
What even
we saw?
happens on this farm?
Right.
quarantine.
I kind of wanted to go check it out, but we are, we have a mission.
I'm sure there will be others as we get closer. Won't
Well,
there?
there is. They did say that there were others. There's some actually, if I recall, north of Westwind towards that one city. I forget the name of because I'm not from here.
Okay.
That's
so,
understandable. He wouldn't know every single city on the
right.
map of the world. Like, that would be preposterous. It's like it'd be preposterous if you were to expect a god to have everything known. That just would be preposterous, right? So.
Well, I mean, but gods are all knowing, right? So, like,
All right, I don't think we quite agree on this topic at hand here.
Roderick, your situation, will that happen before we get to Westwind?
I think we'd be fine.
You'll be fine
think.
until we get there. Okay. I wasn't sure if we had a detour for that first or not.
But it still sounds like basically the first thing we need to do is kind of gather information. So, whether it be more on the plague, more on the camp and its location.
Suspects. Places we would expect where a plague could be. Any ideas of, like, just to narrow down, like, where do we look first? Are we just gonna walk down the streets and hope that there's a Mary Sue there that's just like, it's this problem, help me? I mean, is that what we're hoping for?
Yeah, it's like we need to figure out who to talk to.
Doctors,
Where do we go to get these
hospitals.
answers?
I mean, if we can find this Mary Sue, that would be kind of nice, I guess.
Baldric looks at you with a very blank stare.
I mean, it would be very convenient. I'm just saying.
Yeah, convenience isn't always how it works in the real world, my people. Sometimes.
Well, look, right? We don't know what the people in the carts are carrying, right? It's some sort of liquid. Maybe the liquid is related to the plague, and we need to look for somewhere like maybe the ocean, or maybe there's some sort of storehouse for liquids.
I mean, one of the easiest ways probably to spread any disease would be the water, water sources.
Where does Westwind get its water from, Roderick?
He wouldn't know. Yeah, obviously he wouldn't know in advance. There's aquifers in the land. You're not drinking the water from the sea. Obviously, that would be too salinated. So there's a series of creeks that will feed water towards that direction. There's a couple waterfalls of natural water that go down, like that spill off nearby. So there is construction and like canal or aqueducts effectively that help pipe water from other sources there. There isn't a big river. It's not built on a natural massive inlet of water.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's all kind of like artificially brought in.
But if the aquifers are going towards the city, that would assume that there would be a general storage point, right? Like the water flows into an area and then is dispersed.
At that point, I don't think Roderick has the whereabouts to know the exact intricacy of the entire topography. The best guess that he would surmise is that there is enough like elevated land there that there probably are multiple aquifers. It's not just one big one that makes an oasis. It's probably it's a temperate landscape that is hill based, right? So there's going to be different pockets of water at different locations, and the city probably has constructed multiple different inlets of fluid to come into this port.
Gotcha.
But that would imply that it's if we're thinking it's water, then we would have to check each and every one of these inlets. I mean, that's a plan. It's better than saying, let's just go in there without a plan. How anyone does anything without plans is just beyond me. But, each to their own, I suppose.
I mean,
the only thing I'm thinking of is, like, if it's spreading from Westwind out, it's got to be something that's being moved from Westwind out. So crops, water, just the basic supplies that people would need that would be moving through the area that would go from one place. You know what I mean? Like, we have to think of it that way. And also, do we know like a full list of symptoms? I don't even think we know that yet, but we should figure out what the actual symptoms are.
So again, we're still back to that point of basically kind of just gathering information. But yes, okay, so we'll add that to the list there.
I think we should kind of try to think of what would be the interaction points that we would want to gather information from. Would be rather prudent, right? So if we're planning on looking at water sources...
I'm sure there's a centralized clinic, probably, that we could go to
we'll
and maybe get...
Wormsworth.
Now, if you don't want to go, Baldric, we can take care of that.
Oh, no, it'd be perfect opportunity to see how he and his associates do things.
I'm sure basically finding out where the beginnings of it will kind of alleviate most of our searching.
I have a question, Roderick. Is the Western States, is Westwind the only place that has direct trade with the Elder Isles?
Yes, all the goods from New Ulsol. Well, not all of them, but all the goods basically Windheim end up in Westwind if they're going to be moving.
Crossover.
And same with same from the Elder Isles coming eastward. There's three main ports on New Ulsol. So like if I'll kind of reiterate to you like that there's this kind of like contamination when the after the first calamity, right? That this water here is really bad, right? It's super dangerous. So effectively you only have the north half up. Well, I can't quite go that high apparently, but like up here. And then down the coast, right? So there's only three main ports. There's the Elder Isles, Archipelago. There's Port Arthur. It's the main designated port that works, with the east, or rather, the also soil itself, the subcontinent. And there's Gaul. So Westwind, Gaul, and then Port Arthur are the main ones. There are ports. The Elder Isles is in Arkello, so there's several other ports amongst these big islands like Hawaii, right, and Maui and such. But the one that deals trade with the east and back and forth is Port Arthur to Westwind, and then Westwind goes down to Gaul, and then sometimes it goes right straight from Gaul to the other isles and other isles. So there's these three main ports. Those are the ports.
Do we know? I don't know if this has been asked yet. The Elder Isles, are they also they're also in quarantine, correct? Port Arthur.
You know for a fact that in the High Seated meeting, the High Chandler lamented that the Elder Isles has done a full quarantine. They're so this is kind of this opening line about like the sickness in general.
Okay.
They have that's how serious it is. They're no longer doing any business, refusing all goods and services, which is terrible for Westwind because that is Westwind's main economy is logistics, bringing boats in, moving cargo. So all those people basically have lost their jobs. And if the Elder Isles is doing that, then the nation to the south, the fleet, might also consider, you know what, let's quarantine as well. But you don't know if that actually happened or not. You just know that the Elder Isles did make that decision. And
that's something that we should probably look into and say, did this start on the Isles or did it start here in Westwind and they just didn't want it there, so they just closed their port? You know what I mean? Like, we should try to figure that out too, maybe.
Well, yeah, they're definitely asking like the port master or the harbor master would be a potential, seeing if maybe it came from the goods.
Right.
But I guess we're really not going to know until we get in the city and start asking around. So
yes, but we would want to know which places that we're asking around at. Right, it's a massive city.
It could be from anywhere, right? Like we don't like it could.
So let's just go to the old folks' home and start asking all the seniors about.
I don't know. Maybe the seniors like combined some plants that's never been combined before and made some sort of concoction that's extremely poisonous. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe this Mary Sue we find tells us.
And
anyway.
The abandoned homesteads we've seen, the animals are still alive, correct?
From what you can tell, yes. I mean, some of them have died because, you know, there's been like attention. You can see like carcasses have been eaten, so there probably have been like coyotes and stuff that have come in and attacked. Yeah. Not all of them are left untouched. But the majority of the animals seem fine. They're not like there's just a huge amount of plagued animals just with their bellies swollen, right? With gas.
That's what I was. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. I don't know. I just wanted us to have a thought about it a little bit at least. What our game?
No. You have no need to apologize. I agree with you, Evelyn. We should be putting our brains here when we have the time to think on such things. We should do them. It also might be very helpful to one DM to know how much to design on where you're planning on going. But I lament about that. Jeez, and here I was all applauding myself, like, oh, this is a really good way to figure out what I should design. And then everyone just being such a stick in the mud that they're just going, we'll figure it out when we get there. Thank you, Heartseeker. Really,
that's what I call.
Now I had to make some stupid Mary Sue.
Character.
Oh, I tripped. Oh, you can heal. Oh, did you know about X, Y, and Z? Wow, thank you, Mary Sue.
We found you, Mary Sue.
So glad we could help.
God.
Excellent insight, Baldric.
Oh man. Sometimes.
You know, if we get in, I guess I'm kind of curious as far as for how they go about feeding the population currently, considering I guess the city should be in lockdown.
Right.
Maybe they have wizards who conjure food. That's all they do day in and day out.
Magic is not prevalent enough generally to be able to really support that. So, I know that back in Ascaria, that woman mentioned that, oh, we have magic and did that. She might have just been saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're roughly, it's like 15% of the population is like first level spell potential, right? Maybe 20% can cast cantrips, right? So you gotta think it's like the third level magic is when you actually start creating food, right? You can do level 1 spell of create food, create water, but not food. And so you gotta get to third level magic, and that's not a large amount of population. Let alone they're gonna probably charge a serious fee to. Now, the Scar is probably a little bit more wealthy than Westwind, but not that much more wealthy. So, all right. Well, anywho, so you guys start kind of like getting to your relative shifts, start going to sleep for the evening, and as you're all kind of like bunkering down for the night, there is traffic noise from the road. You hear horses clopping, and there's several of them. It's not just one horse. It's not just like two horses. It's like, by your guess, probably in the ballpark of like 32, maybe 48 different hooves, right, striking the highway, and you can hear creaking of wood with weight in the wood being moved. And so those of you that were interested in looking, you kind of squint out towards the darkness, but it's darkness, and you're too far away from the highway to really tell. There's some silhouettes moving, but there appears to be a large number of people on horseback, and there's wagons present, and they're moving in this darkness right now. And it looks like they're heading west at the moment.
So, 48 hooves, that's gonna be like 12 people, and none of them have light on?
No, none of them are using light.
Well, that's shady.
Shady as hell.
All right. So, seeing as Roderick would, I'm gonna ask Krista to follow along.
How long am I supposed to follow them? Like, I mean, they're just going. Like, they're not. I don't know what they're stopping.
Yeah, just. I mean, so we get night. I guess maybe.
So you want me to travel all night and stay on these people, and then hope that you're gonna bring me back when we're really close to the place we're supposed to be, Roderick? And I'm just to tell you about what those people are doing. I mean, I'll follow them for like 30 minutes, but I'm not going farther than that.
No. So, okay, just out of character. So basically, we're hearing we said that the wood basically, so it would be a wagon, correct?
Sounds like there's a wagon, at least one.
Okay. Chris, all you need to do is just land on top of the wagon and kind of just ride out. You can sleep on top of it.
I'm giving you 30 minutes, and that's it. And she flies off, and she turns invisible partway towards the destination.
Wow.
And you have a very rebellious familiar.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, you can always.
You're giving her way too much freedom.
Oh,
Way too much.
You can override that command if you want. You can be like, "No, you're doing this," and we'll see how that goes. Well, she gave you 30 minutes. She'll tail him for 30 minutes. Bad timing, Roderick. Bad timing. Bad timing. I'm sending you away on this very important mission right when we're supposed to do this other really important mission, but don't worry about that.
They're going the same. Yeah, it's just a quick scout ahead.
Sure. Okay.
It's a little bit.
So, half an hour goes by. She doesn't return within the half hour. Presumably, she's still on her mission at that point in time. And then she probably would be returning now, if that's the case. You're still technically awake, because everyone else has started sleeping, right? Is there anything you want to do? Do you want to wait? Do you want to, I don't know, use magic?
Use magic. Oh, that'd be a first for the episode.
Oh boy.
You'll wait.
Okay.
Wait a little bit.
30 minutes more go by, and you hear a... Okay. I followed them.
Welcome back.
I did what you asked, and they just kept riding. They're just going west.
Nothing said.
But when they got to the junction, they went north. Whatever's that way. And it just was road, and it was dark, and they weren't saying much. Something about, like, make sure they stay in line. We gotta get to the camp, something. What was it? Salvation, I think it was?
Camp Salvation?
That's what it sounded like. But otherwise, there really wasn't much talking.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to sleep, and I need sleep too, you know.
I know. Go ahead. Okay.
All right.
So, he was all by himself. He's for the watch.
Yeah, you're technically by yourself right now. Even though I remind everyone there could be multiple people who watch us.
Wait, hold on. It's the first watch. Thark said he's gonna take the first watch.
Okay, you are free to be awake with Roderick right now.
Yeah, there we go. We can have multiple people. Hell yeah. Let's sit in silence.
Oh
Unless
boy.
you wanna say something.
They've really taken, prime control of that.
Yep.
All right,
Stuff right
so
there.
first watch. Is something you want to do, Roderick? Actually, because you made that question. Thork's awake, but it seems like he's just kind of staring out, spacing out.
I mean, I guess would he have heard Krista? I'm pretty sure he would have, considering.
She's generally quiet when she's talking to you, so I would just make it conveniently that he did not hear her return or speak to you. She's a very small creature, right?
True. Thorak.
Oh, yeah.
And look, we have a general direction of where the camp, at least one camp is. At least I think at the junction, you're heading north, and the name of it is like Camp Salvation. Kind of ironic, huh?
Camp? What do you mean? What kind of camp?
One for salvation.
Yeah, that doesn't really say much. You mean camp for the sick?
Yeah,
Or
that's
is it-
probably what it is.
Did Thorak also hear the people on the road? I suppose.
Yeah, it
everyone
was
did.
loud enough that all of you, as you were going to bed, you heard the horses and the wagons. And since you guys weren't making light, you couldn't see them, but you could hear them.
I don't suppose those people with the wagon and horses were going there.
That's exactly where they're going.
It's exactly what?
That is exactly where they're going.
How do you know?
I asked Krista to follow them.
Oh, smart thinking. That's really puts it into perspective. So, if this is a camp for the sick, why are they going there in the cover of night? No light, nothing? I mean, we've seen people on the road, but they've had torches or lanterns, something to at least see where they're going. Going in pure darkness at that speed with that many people seems very suspicious.
You said that there hasn't been necessarily bodies and such, so
You think they're carrying
maybe
remains?
that's. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh, maybe that's actually what they're transporting.
Why have so many guards for remains?
I don't know. Maybe just to make sure there's no mishaps. I don't know.
I mean, like, who's gonna want to steal corpses? Unless there's a rampant necromancy problem here as well, that'll be an issue.
Don't say that. Please don't say that.
It would be a prime spot for a necromancer, I just have to say it. We might be running into undead.
All right, put that on another list of worries there. Possible necromancer. Cool.
How are you feeling? You alright?
Yeah, as best as you can be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, about you?
Oh, me, I don't know. I had a lot on my mind ever since that fight we had. Or I had, rather, but
Yeah.
I haven't been thinking about that much lately. I'm more thinking about the Western Estates and what's going on with you. You don't talk much about it. It's all just comes suddenly. And you seem rather nonchalant about it. I can see you're hiding something, or rather, hiding how you're truly feeling. Don't worry about it, I'm not prying, I would do the same, but still, something's bothering you.
Yes and no. I mean, it's. I guess right now I'm kind of just first and foremost anxious to go back. I'm not sure I really want to return. Less, let alone to a what could possibly be a city in decline or in ruin.
I can imagine. Well, Clark is going to pat you on the back, a bit too strong for your tastes. You brought us with you this time, so you'll be fine. We've got your back.
Appreciate it.
Alright. Your guys' watch eventually does come to a close. And the next watch rotates in. And it's uneventful. Morning eventually comes for all of you. Can I have Constitution saving throws from everyone, please?
Wait. Roderick rolled a 1, was it?
He
Last
did?
time, and I've spent an entire watch with him? Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck.
19 notches.
That doesn't mean you were sitting right next to each other either. Like,
Close.
Yeah,
They were trying to keep their
explicitly
they were
I guess close enough to
whispering
hit him
because
on
they
the
didn't
back,
want to wake
right?
everyone else up. So it's just like the mouth speak is just right in there. Definitely less than 6 feet apart for sure. All right, so
Roderick and Evan have a little peck,
unfortunately, there's a
no?
lot of numbers in a row. So was this 9 the part of this roll here?
Yep.
Bob? Okay, so this 9. Okay, 9 from Lumi, 19 from Roderick, 22 from Dom. I'm just gonna double check. That means you rolled a natural 20.
It certainly does.
Okay, because I didn't hear you go natural 20. I was expecting that kind of excitement, but okay, you didn't add your plus. You didn't add your +5 aura to it, right?
No, I did not.
Okay,
Nat 20.
just had to make sure. All right, Thoric with an 11, and then Ikal with a 7. Okay.
Is someone watch Roger start coughing up blood or something? Like on the road?
Oh no, nothing like that seems to happen. And then Evelyn with a 23, and then I have to roll for Baldric again. The old man must do his rolls. Okay. Very well. All right. So morning comes, and as you guys prepare yourselves once again with all your necessary things for what would be, to your understanding, the final day of travel. Should be today before you would get to Westwind at the end of tonight, right? In the morning, as you guys are preparing, you actually see another series of wagons on the road before you guys are even on your horse. Early morning here, 2 wagons with canopies strapped right against them. Appears that they are containing barrels underneath those. You can tell by the shape, and there appears to be about 8 to 9 guards present with these wagons, and they are headed towards you right now. That means they're headed east, and they actually go by the road as you're preparing yourselves in the morning here, and you see them. And a couple of them glance at your direction, but they make no gestures towards you, no friendly statements. Just like your previous interactions, they actually seem to be on edge, as if they're worried about your group for some reason. And they ride past you.
What could all of them be transporting? This is like the 3rd morning, and it's...
That's none of it. Just
Sorry, what?
Don't we have someone small that can look in the cart?
I mean, I could just run out to the wood line and take a look right quick.
Who are
in
you?
the cart?
Well, I saw barrels in there. I don't think you can open them and look inside.
I mean, I'm pretty sneaky.
It might not be something so sinister. It could just be a company relocating because the land is so plagued, and now they're moving all their valuable assets to a new location.
We're going west, you said, though?
They were headed east. So you guys are heading west, and they were headed east. So you don't know which way they came from the junction. By the time you finally got in front of them, they already passed the junction heading east, which means they're heading towards Niscaria or beyond. They could be heading to the road that goes south towards Kirk, technically, right? But they're currently heading east.
And the previous carts were going east as well?
No, the previous car the night before was heading west, actually.
So TLDR, we've got bodies heading west, and we've got liquid heading east.
Amps is a blender.
They're blending people up into soup.
It's,
And then shipping the
it's made of people!
Soylent Green!
Not the soil.
Think. What can we use?
Right, I'm usually against this type of activity, but I do think we might want to snoop a little bit next time a cart rolls by.
I mean, I can catch up to it. It's still, I hear it.
You cannot catch up to it.
I could catch up to him.
How could I not catch up to it?
They are
Lars,
on,
don't
they're
you
on
even
horses
don't you even
and
raise
the
your eyebrows at me. I can catch up to
Your
it.
conversation's gone on long enough. They're too far ahead of you.
Oh, okay, fine.
I could catch up to it if I truly needed to.
It's been
but
like
you guys-
like 3 minutes, DDW.
Look,
You wouldn't even have the key to do it. That's the thing, right? So, and then they would still be moving while you're running up to them. So it's not like if they just stop there, yeah, maybe, but they're still moving. So, and then if they saw a Catman sprinting at them at full speed, they might suddenly go into a full-on gallop.
Gotta go.
Right,
I would be able to
exactly
see
what the
underneath.
voice is saying. I would prefer something more subtle, something more discreet. Don't want them to know we're checking them out. They're all on edge.
something like
Yeah,
a bird that no one would notice.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would notice a bird, though.
I don't think they would notice a normal little bird.
What? Why would a bird land on their cart?
We
Well,
have someone
I
in
would
our
only need to-
group
I would
that
only
can be
need to be a
invisible.
bird.
Well,
Maybe she was
Krista, next time, if another car comes by going the other direction, can check it out.
Roderick, we are really close to the place that we're supposed to be.
I know.
Can
I
we
know.
stay focused to the things that matter? Please, 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 please.
Could matter.
It's a-
Okay, if it happens after,
Part of it?
sure, but not till we get there. I gotta be near you, because if we go by it, I'm not gonna be able to know that we're there, and then we're gonna miss the entire thing, and then you're not gonna have the things you need, and it's gonna be all terrible.
Right, okay, just in case we see them again, we're gonna hail them, have them stop ideally. I'm sure they're just gonna blast by anyway. Or do something to buy Krista enough time to snoop around, yeah? If not, we'll just be in Westwind, no problem.
That sounds like a good idea. Maybe we can. No, we don't have any carts of our own.
Well, if we have some grease or, a tree happens to fall in front of them, we can be good Samaritans and help them drag it out of the way.
I don't think there are any trees on the highway.
Isn't that the beginning for a bandit encounter?
I mean, Lumi, you can move trees, can you not?
You want me to uproot a tree and bring it all the way to the highway just to drop it in front of someone?
Oh no.
We would put it back, yeah. Is that not something that can happen? I mean, I've seen those tree ants. They walk on their own. You don't even have to push it. It can just trip.
Then it'll be alive. No. Why would the tree be on the highway?
It tripped. It was crossing the road.
I
Why
mean,
not just let me turn into a bird and then land on them as a centipede? Because I would not reach any form of deadly speed when I fell.
Right, okay, fine. The bird works just as fine, I suppose. I'm just throwing ideas out there. I don't know. Maybe a butthole? Anyone?
What?
A
they
pothole on a
drive
perfect highway? I don't think that would happen.
Well, it's not a very perfect highway if it has potholes.
I don't think you can put a pothole in this, is what I'm saying.
I have a hammer. I could put a pothole in anything.
Oh,
Okay, I get it. Point taken. Fine. Just turn into a bird. Check the card out. Got it.
What the
Just
hell?
trying to be creative.
What are we talking about?
okay,
Yeah, we can also just ask them for if they'll stop too.
we could just.
Is someone gonna catch him up?
Here's the catch up with Kyle. We've traveled 2 more days west. But not a lot really
We'll stop.
happened in the 2 days. Or 2
No,
days
we did
plus.
start a conversation. Him and I started a conversation about what our game plan is when we get to Westwind, and that's about it.
And the game plan was the majority of the group felt, we'll wing it.
And Balric and I are like, no, we shouldn't wing this. And everyone's like, no, we're gonna wing it.
And an
I was
important,
sleeping.
an important thing that we noted is Krista managed to follow a wagon that was heading west instead of east.
Yes.
And in the middle of the night, they were going
East
to
Wait,
west
no, you're right.
instead of east.
My
yes.
math is. Oh my
Yep.
god. Today.
So Krista also overheard the guards speaking, and they were going to Camp Salvation, if I recall.
Yes.
Is this the group that is this the we sent her after
We
the
do not
wagon?
know. We do not know. We know that it is a wagon group. It was in the middle of the night, pitch black. Nobody could see
No
what
lights.
it is.
Yeah.
No lights. We sent Krista after them. We know that they were. She overheard that, and overheard keep them in line. We need to make it to Camp Salvation, and so we infer its body's heading to that camp west.
This is not the wagon people that we ran into last time. That
We don't know.
Well, it was. Did she not say like it wasn't liquids, right? Or it wasn't barrels
Barrel.
of liquids?
We don't know
Or was
what
it?
was in
She
the
didn't
barrels.
check. I don't think she
No,
checked. She wasn't told to check what was in the cargo.
Yeah,
She's
Uh,
a
the
sprite.
one going-
You know the strength of a sprite, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
but
Not
she's
very
invisible, so like.
But,
she can
Oh
snoop.
my! Yeah, let me just move this massive tarp that's like 20 times my weight. Somehow break this hammer-ing bear.
Well, technically, she's supposed to have a long sword, so she can make a little
my
hole.
god! She has a
She
bow
can
and
cut a little
arrow.
hole in the
She has a
tarp.
bow and
She gave her a
arrow.
little
It
mini
took you
gun.
down. Don't you remember
A
in the
little
fight at the
pistol.
lake? You got shot with one of your own familiar's arrow, or was that that was Doma that got pinned by an arrow?
I got killed by
They-
an
Yeah,
arrow.
she's a long sword and a short bow.
So okay. All right. So we've been moving westward. Yeah, 2 days closer.
In the middle of the night, a wagon was nearby. Krista, on her own volition, went after, or
No.
we sent
No.
we
Roderick
sent
sent her.
Krista.
Yep.
Sent Krista to go chase after them. Krista has come back or has not come back.
Has.
Has.
Yeah.
And what has information has Krista shared with us?
Wagon went west, made it to the intersection, went north, Camp Salvation, make sure the body
Put
stays
them in
in
line
line.
until we get the Camp
Yep.
Salvation.
That's it. That's all. That's
Okay.
literally you're now caught up
And
to the
then
session.
why is Thorak talking about dropping a tree on somebody?
He wants to be
we
abandoned.
wanted to stop the wagon.
Let's turn it into a bandit mercenary crew.
Because
Yeah, we're
after
turning
that,
into bandits.
we've ran into another one of those wagons where they look at us funny and are transporting barrels heading east.
We're
So
gonna
now-
kill them with a tree.
So now we've gotten to the point where we're desperate to figure out what the fuck they're doing.
We're curious, and it's incredibly sus that they're going in pure darkness. By the way, in the middle of the night, they had no torches, no lanterns, nothing. They were riding in pure black.
Drow.
Their horses were completely. Their horses are drow too, apparently. Anyways,
They were like full
Um,
speed, weren't they?
yeah, they're full speed, no light. It seems suspicious, and so Thorak mentioned that this is a
They
little
weren't
too
galloping. They're not gallop. They're not
Okay.
sprinting horses. They're
Okay.
in a canter, but it is at a higher pace than just a trot, right?
Correct.
It is moving quickly. So I wouldn't say they're at max speed. They're not sprinting these horses to the grave.
No, but they weren't going slow either. Is I guess what I
No,
was
correct. Yes, it was making enough noise. Even when you're 100 feet away, you could hear them, and there was a large group, clearly like, gosh, probably like a dozen animals or people, right? Well, yeah.
So putting it all together, it's incredibly sus, and Thorak recommended not on them, but drop a tree in the road or something, stop them to buy Krista and the bird enough time to check out the cart, and that's it.
Yeah, it was. What he was trying to suggest it was a joke, but I mean, the way the party was ran, it was a joke. But he was trying to make a roadblock to get time.
I see. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Or we could just hail them down and be like, we're part of the Windheim authoritative inspecting goods being moved from one area. Well, it's a surprise investigation.
Judging by how fast they're going, how they're behaving, I don't think they would stop. I think they would just run past us.
I mean, we can.
Well, that gives us enough reason to
Possibly.
stop them then. We have,
Like a tree in the road, exactly.
what's the
We could possibly make a diversion if we like on the road.
probable cause? That's
You
the
wanna give me some
term.
ideas. Give me some
Probable
ideas.
cause to inspect their goods. Yes.
What would
Why?
that be?
They didn't stop when there was an authoritative figure saying we need to inspect your wagon.
Well, they might get hostile. I don't want to fight or start anything here. Ideally, we just check it out subtly and they don't know. They're not any wiser as to what happened.
An illusion suffice?
An illusion would be incredibly suspicious, but I suppose easier than a tree in the road.
I mean, we can have an illusion of a tree in the road.
And when they go and investigate it, then what?
Then we're bandits.
Well, at that point, we have Lumi already dropped in investigating with Krista.
I guess it will work. It will be more suspicious, but what the hell? So who can cast illusions?
I have
A deck of illusions.
one spell we can do this. I can cast
deck of
Lucid
illusions.
Terrain.
Just get rid of the road.
Yes.
I have
You.
only one spell that's Luciori right now, and that's greater invisibility, which would only be a minute.
Invisibility.
And greater invisibility. No more invisibility I do not have prepared today. It would be out of luck for me to
We don't need to go invisible, though. It's the opposite of that. We need to make something appear that's not there.
sharing what illusory spells I have available. Greater
I see.
invisibility. I can polymorph someone into something big, and we can try to be like, look out! A giant ape has escaped the zoo!
Yes.
And then we could...
Don't kill it, it's worth lots of money, but don't die to it. Stop.
Right, you can polymorph me into a tree and I can go to cross the road and trip. Perfect.
What else can I see? No, that's very offensive to hold a person with sort of parameters.
I'm trying to think what can we do here to kind of jazz this up here.
We might not even get the chance to. We might just get to the city and be done with them.
You are on the last day of travel, would be today.
But this is only if we happen across another delivery/cart along the way.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Didn't we just?
Just flag them down and tell them that we need to inspect their goods. We do have a nobleman from Windheim.
Aren't we supposed to
I
keep
don't
that a
know that
secret?
we should.
Oh, you don't want to let them know that you're here.
I don't know if that's a card I really want to play unless I absolutely have to. Or I'm not protected here. You have to understand that. Not like I would be in Windheim.
Alright, well, I don't know. What do I?
Well,
We don't
just
have many
look.
options.
We can be just regular travelers looking for directions, whatever.
We can pretend to be bandits. Give us your goods.
Why do we want to be bandits?
No.
You're gonna fight us, guaranteed.
Irish robbery.
Stopping
your tracks.
As far as the limits of this hallucinatory terrain, can we create basically kind of like we talk about kind of like a roadblock in the road?
Are
Are we
asking
riding,
me
or
if
are
that would
we-
work? That's your spell to
Are we at our
try.
camp in the morning? Are we at the
Oh,
camp,
I
or are we
didn't
like?
hear what you just said.
You guys are technically at the camp. That's the spell will function the way the spell parameters say. I can't tell you if it's doing a succeed or fail.
Evelyn walks away
Okay.
from the group.
Hallucinatory terrain allows you to change the appearance of what terrain would look like.
Yeah, I mean that's the one of the big ones, isn't it?
It's a big spell. Yeah, it's like 4th or 5th level.
Yeah. 150-foot cube in range, look, sound, and smell like some sort of natural terrain. You could be like you could say that the road has been ruptured and that they had to stop. Like, whoa! Something happened here. We can't cross the hot.
That's what Project asked, like kind of like for ideas for it.
I can see like a grassy meadow, precipice, or a gentle slope, or rocky strewn gully, like a wide and smooth road. Manufactured structures, equipment, and creatures within the area aren't changed in appearance. The tactile characteristics of the terrain are unchanged, so that means they could keep running. They won't actually be turning like potholes in the way. So creatures entering the area are likely to see through the illusion. If the difference isn't obvious by touch, a creature carefully examining the illusion can attempt an intelligence saving throw against your DC. A creature who discerns the illusion and sees it for what it is, they get to see like a vague image superimposed on the terrain. So they see like a blurry after image around it. So you have to be out some ways to make them stop. If they actually touched it, they'd be like, wait, this is not right. And then they would be able to like discern quickly if you had like made like a gash in the road that they could walk along the gash. So
You could just make it so the road veers off to the side so they crash. Or
Like
slow
my-
down.
I like the giant ape idea. It got out of the zoo. Everyone stay back. It's berserk. It's gone bananas.
Evelyn? Where's Evelyn going?
Evelyn.
I don't think she wants any parts of this, but
Oh, how far? Is Evelyn just walking away? What is she doing?
Walking away from the group and just walking
On the
away
road?
from the group.
You're technically at
We're at
camp still.
camp,
You
so-
guys haven't mounted up and rode.
Yeah.
You're not riding. So you're like you saw these wagons by. You're strategizing. If you want to,
Is
you
it-
can
is this-
be heading
is this
west.
I'll just
Well,
be
I
over
just-
tending my horse, just brushing my horse down or something.
Are we at a quick side stop or like
You
like,
just
stretch
woke
your
You're just
legs? Are we
waking up.
waking
You woke up and
Wait,
these
wait,
wagons
so-
went by in the morning, which started. That's weird.
So I
We've
can
seen
still change my
this.
spells then for the day.
You can
Yeah.
change your magic right now.
Okay.
yes.
Oh. Let's
oh,
see.
what about? I guess that is it.
Silent David.
Let's make some changes.
I'll
then.
reiterate that you will be at Westwind by the end of the day, and all that
Okay.
could entail. There's also, I'm not. You've got the information. You leveled it less, Kyle, but you know what? I'm fine.
Whatever.
Let you guys do what you want to do. All right. So, do you guys want to keep planning? Do you want to resume west? Do you want to head east? Do you want to go somewhere else? What would you like to do? My cameras, my players. What would you like to do right now?
Let's go to the mountain.
I want to kill
Let's
the
just keep going on the road. Mount up on the horses and go to Westwind.
Oh, okay.
All right. So it sounds like then, with no objections, you're gonna mount up and you're gonna start heading west again. Okay. So you don't fall too far behind schedule. Understandable. Okay. So, as your travels continue, let us see. Well, you're really close to the junction. And as you get closer to the junction, you do see that while there isn't a hamlet, there is a checkpoint here. There are the white tents of the Wormsworth Association. There are guards present, being those of Kirk and Ferdinand's variety, of which I can't remember Ferdinand's color coat of arms right now off my head for some stupid reason. Congratulations, brain. Let's double check here. Ferdinand. It's not listed here. I think it's gray. Where did I put it? Whatever. Well, I'll get it to you some other point. There are just like back at the intersection, the junction between Niscaria Kirk and Fairfield. There was 3 Knight Orders present. You would see Niscaria Knights, you would see Ferdinand's Knights, and you would see Kirk's Knights present at this quarantine. And it's very similar to the quarantine you saw out east near Fairfield at that junction, right? There's 2 lines. Some are heading west, some are heading east. There's also another line from north and south. There are guards present at this. They have these barricades to prevent people from running through. There seems to be people in white robes that take shifts to try to help the passerbyers. There doesn't appear to be a large number of people currently present. It looks like most of them are kind of at the camp because it's so early. You guys basically broke your camp right in front of that junction, right? But you see that there are some people awake, and there is no one at the junction right now, like any passerby or citizen that's there ahead of you. You would be the first ones probably that are stopping by today, right? And so as you guys move in towards the queue, you see the signs once again that are warning you about the silent plague, right? Beware heading this at your own risk, blah 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 blah. And then there is a guard present who kind of like, oh, early people, early risers. Heading west, are you? All right. Oh, well, you just, we got one early today. Coming. Yes. If you could give me 10 minutes to prepare my spell, we did not expect such early. Usually it's about an hour from now, so time starts ticking by. I assume there's not going to be too much disagreement, maybe from one old man, but everyone else is more than cordial in the morning, right?
These Wormsworth people, so unprepared. They knew they were going to be doing, checking people's health and vitals. What it means to prepare the spell to be available at all times, yes.
Excuse me,
why wait?
Mr. Eustace?
Please, I'm currently trying to focus on the ritual.
I was just wondering what would happen to us if we were in fact plagued?
Then you would be under arrest and brought to one of the camps for quarantine. Now, please, I must focus on the spell.
I resist the urge to counterspell.
I look over at the guard. Excuse me, guard. I heard, where is this Camp Salvation?
Camp Salvation? That one is north, towards the river. And past that was the Ferdin one that I always forget his name. 1 second. And he kind of pulls out like a little index card to double check the name. Okay, Ferdin's. Yeah. Further north would be Camp Mend. And then if you head south, along the west rather, if you head west, eventually you will get towards Camp Sanctuary, and then far. Okay, there's supposed to be 4. Camp Sanctuary west, north would be Camp Mend. And then there would be south. If you head west and then head south, you would get to Camp Renew. And then north, another one north is Camp Salvation.
Okay. Right, I had a friend that was down with the plague and was sent there, and I was wondering.
You
if
haven't
they,
talked to this person since they got sick, right? Right.
No. This was. I got the message that they had.
Don't forget about your masks. Just like you see all the guards and only like put their masks off. They're like with their shifty eyes, real quick.
But what is like the restrictions? Like, could I go visit him in the camp? Or
Absolutely
like,
not. Not unless you're sick. You go in, then it's a death sentence, basically, right?
So the people working there are also going to die.
They're wearing PPE.
Oh, so how would I get this PPE so I could go visit?
Visiting is not allowed.
Oh, what if I was working?
You would have to. Yes, I can feel that one. You'd have to apply for the Wormsworth Association, but you have to demonstrate you have really good magical and/or medicine knowledge to be able to apply for it. It's random riffraff cannot become a Wormsworth associate.
Shouldn't you be focusing on your ritual?
Yes.
But that does mean, everyone, that if we were somehow arcanically inclined and we were not random riffraff, we could apply and get access to the camps with appropriate protective equipment.
Where is he residing in this whole
Please,
expedition?
I'm focusing on the spell.
You just start over, just answer the question.
I'm really focusing on the spell. You are all really chatty. If you want to just let the man do his business for a bit, please.
How long is this ritual going to take?
9.5 more minutes!
I will sit in silence for 9 minutes.
If I uncast invisibility, how many people can hide?
Alright, 10 minutes go by, and Ulysses eventually checks all of you to see if any of you, with our numerous really low rolls, if you have the plague. We had a natural 1, by the way, Kyle, on a roll.
Oh, come on!
It was Roderick with a 0 con, so it was a 1 total. All right, rest everything seems to be in order. I don't see none of you seem to be sick. Just out of curiosity, what's your business? Where are you heading? Are you heading north? Are you heading west? Or where are you heading?
We're a competing sort of physicians group looking to find a cure for the plague. Not associated with Wormsworth.
Who are you with Ellensburg then?
No, we're sort of a private.
Who's your benefactor?
That's a need-to-know basis.
I would like to know.
You do not need to know.
Interesting. Yes, okay.
But I graduated with my medical doctorate from Windheim proper. Yes.
What practice do you do?
Practice? I'm in general practice, so I can help people. I had my own little spot over on Well, I'm sort of nomadic now. It's not just...
You would still
Sorry,
have it's true,
it's too much. Do you really need to know all this
Home
information?
visits. I go around doing home visits now, so I don't have a specific abode.
Nothing, no name to you go by. No branding, anything? What's your name?
That's a need to know basis.
Well, now, then, like, when the guards kind of looks at you funny. What's your name?
Baldric of Rockdor. I just realized that his name is so similar of that character of the book I just thought of. Doesn't actually like. Oh, it's Rod. What was that guy's name again? Never mind. It's cool. Just said Baldric.
So, Baldric. Alright. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard of a Dr. Baldric. You must be a very small practice.
That's the first name. You don't normally call people. Or you haven't been in medicine very long, have you?
Right. Well, you're not sick. I guess you're free to go. Good luck on your
What are the symptoms that we should
Question.
be looking out for?
symptoms. If you start feeling very tired and very lethargic, that would be early symptoms.
And how long do you have from there?
Depends on the fortitude of the person. Some people can last weeks, some people can last days. Right, and what was your question?
Where's Wormsworth hiding out?
No, I'm not going to answer that one, since you're a competing rival. You, sir, he looks towards the half-elf.
No, we're old colleagues. I want to
Deception
change
check.
note.
With disadvantage, because that's so out of your character's normal shtick. There's no way. Punishing you.
6.
Decepticon.
Oh, my deception. What is it?
Actually,
plus
when
one.
I won't be at
7.
disadvantage. I feel so bitter because it's so far from the truth. But you can roll one single dice and then just do a normal deception.
So you want me to roll again? Because I rolled
Yeah,
disadvantage.
please roll again. I can't give you advantage. I can't give you disadvantage.
Ugh.
Watch it nat 20.
Sure. Hope not.
Or that.
Nope, it's one better. It's 8.
Okay, 8. Yes, old friends. Well, if you're such good friends, then you
colleagues,
probably should
not
pen in the
friends.
letter and find out where he's located.
But the letter won't be able to deliver to him. I need to know where it's
That's
addressed.
unfortunate.
One more question, please.
I'm gonna cast
Wait, what?
Oh boy.
Detect Thoughts.
Oh.
Okay, surface level thoughts.
Yeah.
Kind of more like
Sheesh.
emotional base. There is
No,
suspicion.
I don't care. Screw that. Probe deeper.
Okay. It seems that the spell is connected. Yeah, you do know Detect Thoughts has gestures and such, right? You cast. You're literally casting magic, right? You know this.
It's verbal, somatic, and material for detect thoughts.
Everything. He snorts a bit of grass or something for his opponents, throws a bit of chalk at them.
And then he holds out his hand and says, "Deeper!" when he goes to see his...
Gives him a helmet.
I
Just
see.
real quick.
Oh.
Vocal somatic.
I know you.
Yeah, vocal and somatic. So you have to mumbo, arcane mumbo jumbo. And since you're not a sorcerer with subtle spell, you don't know how to do this without them being aware you just cast magic.
I will try to. Nah, it's fine. Never mind. I'll let it go. I'm not gonna get arrested here.
Okay.
Okay, I have to add this. The component is a copper piece. It's a penny for your thoughts.
Penny for your thoughts.
Penny for your thoughts.
Ding right
It's
in the head.
That's actually in the rules.
It's a penny.
It's like message. Isn't message a copper wire too?
Well, it's a wire. This was a copper
Wired.
coin.
This one's a penny.
Oh, it's a copper. Oh my god, that's fucking amazing.
All right,
Yes.
so
Anyway.
you guys are given clearance despite the disagreements that Baldric's getting to his standard motions whenever it's anyone that disagrees with him. So you guys gonna have to probably drag him a bit to get away from
Give him a piece of my mind. Turn him into a frog. Let's see how he likes having warts all over
Aldrich,
his
we're
body.
here to help. Let's not antagonize every doctor.
sorry.
He's
with
preventing
Lumicron.
us from helping by not giving us the information we need. We should teach him a lesson.
Maybe he doesn't know anything. He might not know anything.
You know what? Very good point. He works at Wordsworth. He doesn't know anything. All right, let's move along.
Okay, so you guys continue your journey past the checkpoint. All right. Jeez Louise. Okay, so... Right. Gosh, I'm so lost. Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong page. That's why it didn't look right. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So your journey continues, and you get further and further away from the camp, and it doesn't go much longer before the next unusual activity arrives, right? And so maybe like 45 minutes, close to an hour later, suddenly, Roderick, which I hope you're still there. I know someone just said they were beer. Was that Lumi? It was Lumi.
Yeah,
Okay.
Lumi.
So Roderick, Krista suddenly breaks her invisibility, flies in front of you. We're here. We're here. Don't you sense it? Don't you smell it? We're here. 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 We're here.
What do you smell, Krista?
Deep breath.
You're taking a deep breath. And you're familiar with this because you spent most of your life near on the coast. There's that scent of seawater that just drifts on the air. You're close enough to the shore, the coastline now, where you can get that ocean air just a little bit. If the wind catches it correctly, it can pull it this far inland. Okay, so
Yes.
we're not exactly at location, but that smell, I know it. So it shouldn't be too much farther. We're going to be looking for a tree that blooms out. It should be, and it's kind of like of flowers, but the flowers bend down, and there's going to be these like weird fruits on the tree's bark. And so when we see that, we're going to go right past the tree, and further than that, we should then get to our destination. We're really close, Roger. We can fix this. Oh, it's so great. I'll be able to do what I'm supposed to do. Okay. You're excited, right?
Yes.
Are you telling the truth? Are you lying?
He's not lying necessarily, but
You
he's
just
not
the way you delivered that line was so delayed.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah.
All right.
I like.
Maybe he's put off by all her
like
energy.
there's thoughts under it.
Her arms kind of droop in and withdraw to herself, and you can tell that she looks at you concernedly. Right. Well, and she turns away from you. All we gotta do is just keep going and see the tree.
Okay. I'll be on the lookout for it.
You guys continue moving forward. And 5 minutes later, you see an unusual tree on the north side of the road. There is no other grove of trees. It's not a cluster of trees. It's one big tree near what appears to be reeds and some shallow water. It almost looks like a marsh, but it's such a small, tiny little like pond of it, right? And there's just one weird-looking tree, and this is not next to the road. This is like 1,000, 1,500 or so feet off the road northward. But you can see it. You can see these kind of weird, like outlandish, almost kind of swampish-looking blip in between this like little valley of these hills. So there was like a pond that seems to have an unusual vegetation next to it, and that tree clearly stands out. It looks kind of like a weeping willow, but think of it much more narrow, and the branches bloom out like a crown, and they roll down to the ground, and the branches are actually like crawling out on the ground, almost like vines. Now you can't see the fruit you talked about because it's so far away, but you can see this weird looking tree. It does not match the temperate of what you were expecting in any capacity.
Very eerie.
So then you guys have a choice. Do you want to get off the highway and head towards this tree? Or do you want to stay on the highway and ignore it?
Did we also hear Krista speak to Roderick, or was that one-on-one?
Oh yeah, she was so excited. You all heard her say it.
Well, are we gonna go check the thing out?
I would think we would, wouldn't we?
What's so special about it anyway, Krista?
That's just the landmark. I just know, and when I smelt the smell in the air, like this smell, then soon I would see that tree. And we just go right past that tree, and then there's going to be some rocks, and that's where I'm supposed to take you.
The rocks or past the rocks?
Insight
To
check.
the rocks.
Is she having animosity towards me?
There is no animosity.
Okay.
She seems to that's
Well-
what her mission is, and she wants to do it.
All right.
No point in checking out the tree then. Let's just keep going to the rocks.
Well, we had to go
Yeah,
past
come
the
on, guys.
tree, so I mean, yes, we don't have
Yeah.
to go through the tree, but
Oh, so we have to get off the road.
yes, because that's going north, and we have to go north. Well, northwest, I guess.
All right, well, lead the way. Let's go.
Perfect. Okay, and she flies off in that direction.
The rest of you are all very quiet. There's no, like, reason not to do this, no? As he's, like, walking backwards, looking at the group.
I don't think there's any. Well, I mean, remember there was a yes, exactly.
How are you feeling?
That's a tough question to answer. Mass,
Man,
kind of everyone. We had the opportunity to kind of I guess to end it and
Krista becomes so tiny, only the most perceptive you can keep seeing her, and she's not slowing down.
Okay.
Like, walking. He's, like, walking backwards.
Yeah,
Okay, he's
he's
checking where he's
walking.
going.
She's
Where'd
flying,
Krista go?
and she's faster than you've seen her. She's going really quick.
Wait! You're too fast! Well, call her back. We're losing track of her.
it's only one direction.
Man.
What do you guys think?
This is your decision, Roderick. None of us can make it for you, my friend.
Well,
Unfortunately,
Rowena would
you
make it for him in a click of a finger.
I think the longer you put it off, though, the harder it's gonna be.
It's not that I'm putting it off. It's I guess kind of looking for an outside opinion.
What are we supposed to find over there anyway?
Since we've traveled together for a while.
We're
Well,
gonna
this has to
find-
do with his when Elrian tried to reach out to you and Nier, right?
Yeah, at this point, basically, I can either lose this connection permanently, maybe reaffirm it, alter it in some ways. But I'm sure there's always that risk considering
Who we're dealing with.
if we basically continue to stay tied to this outer realm entity.
I just lost sight of Krista.
Do you want to stay tied to it?
As it always been, right now it's a means to an end. Although, Melina does give me a bunch of shit about it.
You don't.
And what can you really do
And
if you
Baldur.
don't have Elrian's gifts? Can't have you fumbling around with mere low-level magic like cantrips out on the battlefield. You sever your tie with Elrian, will you be able to do anything? We're up against some real dangerous things.
Not everything in life has to be battle prowess.
That's true. But I mean, when he was shooting that crossbow at those, when they zapped his spine, and when we were chasing Annual, I mean, he was
I don't think
somewhat
I know.
helpful, but it's not much more than a random commoner militia firing a crossbow.
That's
And
right.
we're about to run into some things that are real bad. I mean,
We're all lucky to be such strong combatants. It's perfectly okay to have a non-combatant in the party.
oh Lord, man. Who here is
Unfortunately,
tired?
until you
Yes.
talk to
Can
him,
we
though,
pray
you're
to
not gonna.
some deity or something?
Let's not talk to any deities, please. I think that's a terrible idea.
I talked to a deity about this.
Well, you don't believe the whole strange of fate theory that I've kind of floating right now, and I think it's a bit too coincidental for all of us to have been connected here. Even Elrian specifically being the patron that's tied to Roderick seems very too much of a circumstance for me. I mean, we're up against Calathep, and the one thing that's an outer evil is the polar opposite of it, Elrian. And that's the thing that Roderick gets tied to.
If you dig deep enough, everything's a coincidence. The chances of you even being born in the first place are astronomical, so...
The gods did that.
Who knows? So what?
It's not a coincidence. The gods did that. They created this planet.
Did they create you?
I mean, sort of, yes.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Then you're saying the gods have influence over the...
I'm just saying that maybe it sucks to be tied to the outer evils. But at the same time, maybe it's part of the master plan.
It sucks to be tied to any evil or any good or anything. If you wish to be free, so be it.
We can't make that choice for you, Petit, or Robert. But I don't know. I mean, this whole thing is just. Do we even know the option? I mean, I'm assuming there might be. I don't know.
I don't know what's going to happen to you. Didn't they bring you back from the verge of death? If you sever your connection with him permanently, are you just going to drop
Didn't the
dead?
people of Veneer say we were claimed, or we had claims on our souls or something?
I mean, mad, sort of.
A bunch of religious jib-jab. It doesn't mean anything.
You don't...
So blind, you don't really want to see what's right in front of you, do you?
Oh, nonsense. They're just trying to...
My sight
Your
is very
sense of
poor.
faith.
I need these glasses, and even I can see it, Thorak. And you're 30 years younger than me. 40? Actually, I don't know how old you are. Orcs are kind of a... Anyways, you're much younger and sprier than I am. How can you not see all these connections?
Obvious. More like nonsense. There's nothing there. You're just making it up.
You're making up your baloney over here. I can't believe this is a sausage.
Make up the lack of something, but you can make up something in the
This
sky,
isn't about
tying us
either
all
of you,
together.
guys.
It's
It's not about either of you. It's about Roderick.
I was just asking for your opinion. I've already made my decision.
Ah.
I just wanted to
Is
know.
there any way, I mean, if you choose to embrace the connection, can you leverage it for anything, do you think?
Maybe. Try to... I'm not
Is it
sure how
worth
the negotiating is going to go, but
I
I
don't
can
know.
always ask, right?
Can you share what your decision is, at least? If you said you've made your decision.
Can you say that again?
Can you share with us what your decision is? You just said you've made it.
I've had it made. I'm just kind of thinking.
Yeah, it's good to see
Yeah,
other
you guys-
people's perspective.
Yeah. 'Cause at the end of it, we are going to be facing, we have been facing and are facing seemingly ever more powerful entities, creatures, people. And while there may be some issue with it being connected to one of the outer evils, there's been a net positive at the most part. I'm able to provide support and help out in these fights for our lives for most parts. And while basically being the one non-combatant in the middle of a fight, that would leave me more as a liability. So I'm like embracing it in some way. And again, maybe if we can leverage something more out of it.
This
More clearly defined.
This is your life you're talking about. No matter how noble or just the cause is, or how unimportant it is, if you were to choose right now to drop it, go live a happy life in the corner of the world, no one can blame you for it. They can try, but... Yeah. Like, you don't owe anyone anything.
Have you forgotten about the fourth calamity on its way?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to be able to live in a little house on the edge of some nice little river stream for very long if the world is literally, not just the world, all the plains collapse on
You've
themselves.
forgotten who we are? In comparison to that, we're just some random people around here. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Don't assume we
for
can do
everybody.
something about it.
So against the gods, you suddenly became so small, like you need their help, Thorak.
I'm just putting it in perspective for Roderick. Don't need to put more pressure on him when there is none.
He's made
No, I mean,
a decision.
but at this point, I can say I've lived, what, almost 3 lives now?
What?
Yeah, Jelzem's mark. Who knows how many
now.
times
All
you've
right.
died?
Oh my fucking god.
All right now. But I've lived 3 lives at this point. And maybe this is the last one I'll get to live. And it'd be nice to make a difference. Or at least help make a difference if we're able to see it all through.
Right. Well,
So let's
sounds
go.
like a plan then.
Whatever your plan was, your fairy ran away.
I still think you should wait and listen and see what the offer is.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, I think I've. One thing I think my basically learned from father basically is it's one of those that when you go to the negotiating table, the best thing you can do is keep quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Puts the other person on edge.
Oh, I'll support whatever
That'll
decision
work.
you make,
I can read it.
even if it's hard.
I learned when you're negotiating, it's best to just state what you want as clearly and as concise as possible.
I
like that method personally.
agree with that one, actually.
Well, it is an outer evil
Tell them what
deity
you
of
want.
like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure you're gonna unnerve it with the silent treatment.
It's an outer evil that's also
no.
on the verge of being obliterated by the fourth calamity, and I don't think Elrian wants to die.
Correct.
I'm just saying,
But remember,
classical.
Roderick is not
Negotiate-
his only play either. He said that before.
I'm the one that's in
The
probably
best
the
position.
now.
I'm just saying, Elian probably made a lot of deals. I don't think negotiation strategies will be something he's unfamiliar with.
Oh, absolutely. I know that 100%.
Yeah, he's gonna see right through it.
Oh yeah. I mean, what's my 20 years versus thousands possibly
30.
or
Oh, yeah, sure.
hundreds of thousands, millions. Yeah.
And he's an evil. I mean, it's in the name, outer evil.
To us.
You already know what you're working with, right?
To us, at least.
Alright, let's not get too philosophical there.
Oh yeah, true. All right.
Put her back, Chris.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Okay, there's been everybody's walking and talking.
You guys were not walking.
Riding.
And talking. You were not riding and talking.
Yeah.
You were talking.
Walking.
Your character was under enough duress, it seemed like, that would not have... I don't think you would have been... I think you would have stopped. Anywho, so at this point, you resume pace towards the tree. That's the landmark with invisibility. You don't need Chris to get to the tree. And so, 3 minutes or so, whatever it takes, you get to the tree. And there is Krista flying around, and she's kind of like gesturing, and you can see her, she's like aggressively. And then some of you with higher perception can hear her, "What's taking them so long? Oh my gosh! Not
Merlina.
yeah, apparently she came Merlina, but alright, but she very aggressively, and then she eventually sees you all with her, whatever her perception skill happens to be. Oh, you're there. Oh, okay, great. Did you guys like run into an accident or something along the way? Goodness.
It was just so much
tree fell in the road.
Okay, well, this time you're gonna have to keep up because I can't. So, okay?
Can you tell us what's about to happen?
Oh, we're just going to keep going this direction, the same direction we're going. But you need to stay up with me, otherwise you're going to get separated.
How about you stay up with us and not fly off ahead so fast? I called out to you.
Let's go, let's go! And she flies off. And this time she's even faster than she was before, as if she's sprinting now towards her destination.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And her speed is faster than your horse going at its normal speed. Your horses will need to gallop to stay up with her. So do you want to make your horses go into a sprint?
It smells like a trap. Don't trust the dungeon master. Oh man.
You're gonna run face first into a wall. It's gonna be a Harry Potter.
Galloped up all along. Oh, we're gonna run the doll right here.
Our horses are gonna die.
Yep.
All right, so it sounds like a yes despite all the protesting.
Yes.
All right, who wants to keep track of Krista and guide you all towards where she's going?
Not me.
Not the person.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Roger can.
I would like one person to be the one doing it. So who would like to do it?
I got the advantage to perception checks with eyesight because of the eyes of the eagle. And my perception's not amazing. I don't have proficiency in it, but
It's a meta answer. Roderick said he wants to do it. It's his familiar.
Sure.
I feel like it's only natural.
Okay. All right, so is it Roderick that's going to?
Sure.
Yes.
Roderick, please make a perception check to keep eyes on Krista.
Pop this up.
Does that mean he's in front of the group?
21. We can cheese this too if we wanted to. Like
All right.
Like
so
on
she
like
is fast. Sprinting with your horses, getting to a gallop, realizing how quick she's going. You're able to keep up with her, and you actually are gaining at points. But as you crest over the hill, where she's flying, you realize that there is going to be a bunch of tribulation between you and the direction she's going, as there is a massive patch of bramble, thorn, blackberries, bushes like this, right? That are blocking the way, and you can't just go right through them. Your horses aren't going to want to. It's going to hurt them, right? And so you're going to have to start making navigation choices while keeping your eye on the direction she's heading. You got a good beat on her right now, Roderick. The problem now is, how am I going to navigate through this wilderness, around this wilderness? What's the fastest way to stay in sight of the little fairy, who, I'll remind you, is like 8 to 9 inches tall, right?
All right. We're gonna stop this right here. He's gonna de-summon her, summon her back to him.
Okay. Poof, she comes right back. What the?
Krista,
What are you doing? Come on, we gotta get going, silly.
Krista. Yeah, stop. Pop, do the same thing again. Bring her back.
Hey, come on! What is going?
Krista.
Cut it out!
Krista, stop. No, listen. Look, we have horses. We can't just fly over this, so we need you.
You can. I've seen you do it when we were going after Anio.
You telling me that we're gonna need to spend all our magic to fly these horses?
No,
over
not
all
all
this
your
stuff?
magic. There's so many of you now. We even have Lumi here.
Yeah, an additional person we have to cast fly on the on.
You guys are more than powerful enough.
Louis points to his wings like, no, I'm fine.
Wait, Lumi has wings now, or is he a bird? What?
He's a fairy.
Lumi's always had wings.
He's a fairy.
Gosh.
He just doesn't fly normally because he feels uncomfortable out here.
It's simple as that. So let's go.
No, Krista, stop. One more time.
Damn it.
Okay, this is getting a little irritating, but okay, what is it you want to say?
Krista, just stay with us, and then you can point the direction. I'll lead the way, and you can. I know you're
so much longer than it needs to be. Come on.
We need to save our resources. We don't know exactly what's going to
I'm
happen the rest
losing
of the
the
day
scent.
here.
We gotta go quick, or I'm gonna lose it.
We can still we can still go at a quick pace.
Can Lumi
guy
just
is-
follow me then? Because you guys don't want to fly because your precious magic is so important to you.
How long will it take us to get there?
Oh,
Krista?
it's not that far. I don't know. Probably 10, 15 minutes, maybe.
Alright, Farik's gonna pull out his fucking long reach weapon. Does he have a reach weapon? Jesus Christ.
whip.
No, he doesn't. Never mind.
You have a whip. It's got
You have a
legs.
whip?
A spear will work. Something to clear the shrubbery in front of the horse. A whip will not work for that.
Yeah, and there's such a thick branch that you're not going to be able to carve your way through it. Not at the speed she wants to go.
Yeah.
That's flying about your horses again. Oh my goodness.
You have the means, or Lumi can just follow me, and then he can point you guys in the direction.
Silence, wasp, man.
You know what? And she flies off.
Bring her back, Roderick. Yeah, learn what Pastor said again. How many horses do we have?
This city.
You have 6 currently. 7-man party, 6 animals. Last time what you did is you guys upcasted fly to 5th on.
She twin spelled it, I think, right, or something.
You can't twin spell if you're doing on multiple creatures. So.
Oh yeah.
She can do 1 third level and make it for 2. But what he does, you guys both did 5th level.
Upcast is an additional person.
Yeah, you did 2 5th levels, and you got
the max at 6. That means I could get 4 people.
Or you cast it at 5th, and Evelyn casted at 5th again, and you guys get 10 minutes of all 6.
Well, couldn't you do a 4th level? No. Yeah, 5th level and a 1/3, right? Yeah. Because twin spell.
You can't twin spell when you're multicasting, upcasting a spell into multiple things.
No, just all Evelyn would need to do is a normal cast, right? Normal cast, twin spell.
That would be 2. Oh, yes, yeah. I guess Baldr could burn his 6th level spell on flying people.
No, because he just needs 4, right? We have 6 horses. So if
fly's a 3rd level spell. So 4th level makes it become 2 people.
Ooh.
Okay.
5th level makes it 3 people. 6 would be 4.
Level spell to do it.
Yeah, I'm mismathing.
Or you guys don't do that at all and just do what she's telling you to do with Lumi. Or you belittle her into doing what Roderick wants her to do. I'm just making a complication. How do you want to handle this puzzle?
I'm willing to cast a spell, I suppose. I'd rather not, but
I'll spend another 30 minutes deliberating how to cross bushes.
Yep.
This is the classic D&D door moment.
How thick is it? Can you pass through it with a horse?
You cannot pass this batch, and there's more ahead of you. You can see ahead of you. There's a large difference.
Fine, all right. I'll cast fly. All right, everyone bring your horses to me.
It's so dumb. Yeah.
Bring your horses. I have to be within touch. All right. And then I'll cast it at 5th level so I can get half the horses. I'm gonna hope Evelyn does the other half. The 5th spell. Yes.
I won't twin it, but I can cast it at 5th level.
Yes, right. All right. So then all 6 steeds have the means to fly. This makes the check not even relevant anymore. There isn't even a check anymore since you're investing that level of spell slots. You can easily keep up with her.
So fucking stupid. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Put that stupid. Put it on a leash. A leash.
A leash? She's a.
Several spells, Roderick. A stream, a fishing. Don't we have a fishing rod? Carl, can you like lasso her leg?
I need that for
Do lasso your own friend, or put them on a leash.
My friend. Oh, you.
Depends on how annoying they are.
Depends on the friend.
Really?
Flying forward over the branch. You guys are going 120 feet every 6 seconds, which is actually faster than Krista's speed. And you are easily able to keep up, despite the difference up front because she has some distance on you because of the hesitance to actually use magic. You catch up to her. Roderick was able to keep sight of her at that point. And
Any magic 5th level spells? Some magic.
Okay. And you are able to keep up with the fairy. You pass by a bunch of topography, not just the bramble patches. There's a point where there's like massive fissure in the ground that you guys would have had to find a way across, like make a bridge or something like that. But because you're flying, you zip right over it. Any topography that would have been presented in this puzzle is resolved with the usage of the fly on all your guys' mounts. Whoa. Eventually, after about 8 minutes of travel, it's actually probably a little bit less, maybe 6 to 7, because you guys get to beeline directly towards your destination. You see Krista kind of fly down towards the ground, and you see that there is a bowl-shaped space, as if the terrain in front of you is like an indent in the ground. And in this indent in the ground, which is it's large, it's like 150 feet, maybe 300 feet radius, right? So it's a large kind of like bowl in the ground. There are rocks and geodes at different locations. There's no dwellings. There's no trees. But there is like grass and weeds and moss covering parts of some of the stones. And there just is like a large amount of like debris. Some of it's granulated, like it's almost crushed sand to capacity. But it appears to be like kind of like a space of wilderness that just is present. But it's at the base of this like hill, this valley here of hills, not like mountains. So it's just like this kind of like crest-shaped bowl, right? And you guys move towards Krista, and she kind of lands there on the ground, and she kind of paces back and forth a couple times as you guys all eventually land your horses. And then there's kind of that sounding hoofs as your horse's heels kind of touch the stone, right? And they're not tired because they didn't actually have to run, right? But they're like, you can hear them breathing because they were still doing the dog paddle, right, in the air. As you guys get into this space and you scan around you, there's nothing that stands out here. There is no like gateway, causeway. There is no monument or anything like that. It's just natural environment.
Well, we're here. We're here. Okay. So I did what I was supposed to. I brought you here. And so now I don't have to, and everything's gonna be okay, right? Like, so, okay, now what?
Yeah, so,
What is here?
Where are we?
This is the place. I just knew I was supposed to come here, and that you guys would figure out the rest, I guess, and that, and that I shouldn't go with you because it could be dangerous, and you're going to need me later, so perhaps it's best that I wait here, then when you finally get to where you're supposed to be, that you would then do what you were doing back earlier when we were in an argument. You know, you summon me to you, and then I can help do what we need to do in the final chamber.
What the hell does that mean?
Some sort of like guard or ward or something that's stopping us from reconnecting Roderick to Elvian, and you'll get caught in the crossfire.
Well, I don't necessarily know. I just know that I was warned that there's probably going to be complications on the way, and then with this little body, I don't take punishment too well. And then we'd have to waste more time bringing me back, so it's probably better that I just stay out or stay in a safe place until you get to the final spot.
Can I scan around the perimeter, look for like obvious hostiles or dangers?
Perception check.
Call's gonna examine the terrain itself.
Nature check.
does it look familiar? No.
I'd roll a rock down the hill.
Can I help Call? I'm a
Yes,
nature
you can
kinda
give a
guy.
call advantage since you said you wanted to help him.
Perception.
Alright, I can help Lumi if that.
No, I'm helping. You stated that you want to do it. I'm helping.
21 perception for hostiles.
Okay.
Oh wait, I get advantage as the eagle. Not that's gonna matter much.
That is a 12.
Oh, it did
nature.
matter. I mean, now it's 23 perception for hostiles.
All right, 23 for hostiles, 12 for the nature. Well, all right, let's do the perception check first. There isn't anything that's like a creature roaming. It's definitely unusual topography. I'll give you that, Baldric. You can tell that this doesn't it's like a sinkhole basically, right? It looks like almost like a sinkhole occurred here because it's just like how indented the ground is.
Can I cast detect magic? I have it prepared. Can I just cast it, not ritually? Just cast it.
You can cast it, yes.
Okay.
But so casting detect magic, there is no magic within 30 feet of you. You don't sense magic. You don't see it. The ambient magic that exists in all creatures and all in the world is present, but it doesn't seem like there's any high influx or deflux. It seems like it's what you would expect.
Stop it.
Okay. Beyond that, there are a variety of weird stones kind of littered around in this environment. And then a call with Lumi, and they're talking. You overhear part of their conversation, and you'll kind of gain insight with your high roll combining with a call. So, and I'll start talking with a call and Lumi's look. This space looks natural, right? It looks like it's terrain that exists normally in a world around you, right? There's growth coming in, there's weeds, there's moss. And the stone looks mostly like naturally occurring stone. But you see it. Like, there's this kind of like feeling that something just doesn't feel right, and you nor Lumi can figure out what it is. It's just like you're kind of talking like, oh, it doesn't like it should be natural, but it doesn't feel natural.
Unnatural.
And Baldric, as that kind of hits you, is there something unnatural in this environment? And you see it, the signs of civilization or sentient creatures. Some of these rocks are just carved too geometrically, like tools, right? It can't, they just don't, but these are old cuts in some of the stone present. And these stones are varying in size, right? Some are like, there's like sand and gravel, right, that you would collect in your palms. There's also these larger stones that are like, anywhere from the dimensions of like 4 feet, random polyhedrals. Maybe some of them are like 8 each, right? Some of them are like half buried in the ground. Some of them are kind of like popped up. Like, these are the kind of stones you could sit on while you're resting up for a hike, right? It looks natural, and there's a massive amount of it. And Baldric, as you're thinking about that, it hits you. This kind of just feels like an ancient quarry. Someone was either making a mine, or some entrepreneur was like eager to turn this up. This is why there's this bowl-shaped portion of the ground here. That someone was trying to find rare gems and stones here. But it must not have been terribly successful, because the facility was closed forever ago. And there's no mine shaft, there's no like wooden posts or anything. There's no houses, dwellings. And based on the kind of growth of like the nature around it, this place has been reclaimed for a very long time. Centuries. There isn't that touch of civilization anymore. But some of these stones have clearly, to your best guess, look like they've been hit in ways with tools to minimize their impact in the environment around them, or to move them. But nature has long since reclaimed and kind of filled in the spaces and moved the earth there. But this is what you guys get immediately with your current roles right now. Probably was a quarry a very long time ago.
Share that with the party.
Well,
Is there any pull? You feeling anything?
What'd you say? Oh, is there a pull or anything you're feeling?
Yeah.
You try to attune yourself into the world around you, trying to think of it like, can I feel that presence? And nothing hits you like anything that has the scent or aroma. It doesn't feel like it at all. You don't have a connection that feels stronger or anything like that. You feel like you did it elsewhere.
You said it was like a bowl, right?
Like a large kind of dent that's been reclaimed by nature over time, yeah.
I wonder if there's some sort of, near the epicenter down the very bottom, if there's some sort of triangulation. If you do your ritual down there, that it'll have a better, like, path to Elrien to sort of reconnect, maybe.
Or, right, like, if this is a quarry or a mine, right, like, if maybe there's tunnels underneath here and we need to find the entrance. What I'm curious is that is the bowl shape, right? If this is old, wouldn't it have become a waterway of sorts? Like, it's a bowl shape, there would be water here, it's flowing out and down. Maybe there's cracks down there, we can look for something.
I'm kind of curious about what they were digging for.
It also depends, just because it's old, the water needs to actually flow towards it. So, I mean...
Didn't your familiar say there would be dangers here? Or coming up?
I'm very curious on that. We could try both.
Is this where they brought you for the ritual, Roderick?
Remember this?
Roger,
This-
you try to think back on it. I mean, it kind of feels familiar, but these aren't necessarily the same landmarks. You recall being like underground. They're not like a level of light that's not present. There's, it doesn't like if you did come through here, it was so brief, like. So you can't confirm it, but part of like the atmosphere, the humidity, kind of seems familiar in that regard. Then, so it's like you're near the same space, but you know that like the place where the deed was done. No, that was like that had the hand of civilization. Stones were well carved. You were moving through chambers. It was cold. It was damp. You were underground, certainly, or in a temple or something, right? Not this.
Is there a path going into this bowl?
You guys are in the bowl right now.
ground?
It's like 300-foot radius, so it's a 600-foot diameter, right? So that's like 2 football fields, right?
So we're at the bottom.
Yeah, you're at the base of the bowl right now, and there does not
start
appear.
looking.
There does. You want to start just digging? Okay, you
I
start.
want to start looking for like any cracks. Is there tunnels that I can see? Something.
Investigation.
Okay.
Is there a way our horses could have gotten down here had we not
Yeah,
flown?
it's not so steep that it's like the horses couldn't come in. I guess I never defined how deep the bowl happens to be. The bowl probably is like a 60-foot drop, not 40-foot drop. So it's kind of like a sleep grate, but the horses could have easily gone in. You could have also left them out if you wanted to. It doesn't.
Well, I didn't realize that we were in the bowl already.
You are in the.
Yeah,
You
we're at the
are in this large bowl.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I rolled a 4, so I found a couple cool rocks.
Well, I mean, we could split up body system to look for maybe an entrance or some sort. Carl's got a very good point. Being a choir, there might be some mine shafts going down through the veins or whatever they were digging up
Would
here.
it be in the middle?
All right, I'll look on the north side then. I'm just gonna fly off in a direction and start looking around.
In body system, buddy, he's gone. Ah, damn it! Why can't we get competent people in the group? Competent.
Well, I hope you know Lumi's pretty competent. What do you mean?
He just went off. We just said body system. He's not taking a body.
Because he implies that someone will come with him, and that someone will be me. I will go with Lumi.
All right, call
Problem
Lumi.
solved, Baldric.
Call Lumi. Go off to the north side of the bowl. Okay. How about the rest of y'all? What are we doing here?
I'm
folks?
sure Evelyn and Roderick are gonna go
I'm
off.
gonna stay with my Roderick, yeah.
Oh,
Oh
my. Let's go. Let's go. Which direction you want to go, Doma?
Well, honestly, I suggest just looking around for where the stones the most worked. We can still kind of tell. I'm not very good, though.
No more specifically. I guess everybody's got a buddy.
Across the earth, wreck.
He looks at the
You guys know
ground.
the
Picks the
trio
rock.
group.
I feel like we're down aliens. We're down aliens. So yeah, that's right. We don't have even
You
numbers.
guys are the triple.
All right, Thorak, who can
Or
definitely.
it goes
Yeah,
with Krista.
Right, well, everybody else took... Yeah, I guess we're going that way.
Okay. So we got 2 going left, and then you guys are going like east, I guess.
and Thorak has a buddy in his head, telling him to shout.
Yeah, right?
You don't know shit.
He's putting shade on you. I get a D4 inspiration for the rest of the session now.
All right.
All right, so let's just kind of pick here. Let's go with Lumi and Nicole. You guys went first. So what do you want? You go north, and there's kind of like clearly like where there's like kind of like a lip where some like this growth that's kind of grown over the top of it. So you kind of have like you could climb up to the top of that, and you would have terrain up there. Again, like it looks like someone was kind of like digging and moving earth forever ago, but it was forever ago. So rain and water and has washed all of this to look like a natural. It's like a natural ulcer in the earth, right? And with like the realizations you come here, you're like, yeah, I can see that there was hand of man at this point in time. Otherwise, it'd be like a massive sinkhole, but that doesn't quite fit all of it. But so what are you two doing up there? What do you want to do? So like magic you want to use? Is there like techniques? Is there some kind of specific checks you're trying to pull off? What's the idea?
You were about to do something. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know, like if maybe nature had overgrown a cave entrance or something. I'm looking for something that's here that would be the reason we're here.
Looking physically. You're looking for physically look. Okay. And
Physically look with, yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's your guys' plan. All right. How about let's go with Baldric, Doma, and Thorak. Is it the same idea? You guys are just gonna try to do a physical look? Or is there something different?
I want to detect magic going.
Noted.
So
I am aware that you have detect magic going, but do keep in mind it can't go through more than 3 feet of stone.
I understand. Yeah, but I was thinking also a physical entrance of some sort, whether it be clues of carts tracks, debris knocked over, a whole wood that might have been splintered. As
Yeah.
Like,
but physical evidence is what the plan is again. All right.
Could I throw out some divine senses as we're walking around for consecrated and unconsecrated ground?
I'll allow a divine sense. We can use 2 of them, I guess. We'll let you save the other 4, right?
Okay.
Throughout this look for you, there does not appear to be anything the divine sense triggers. Now, I will remind you, divine sense is limited. That if something's behind cover, it doesn't work, right? So it's only things that are like directly within line of sight of you could divine sense trigger, and there doesn't appear to be any of the undead, fiend, celestials, or consecrated, desecrated ground. There's none of that. It doesn't feel different with your 2 usage, and then you feel like safely that it probably doesn't change in this space here. Maybe it will change if you can get to wherever the next step is, but this step, no. All right, and then Thorak, was there something you wanted to try or amend?
He's gonna be using his spear. Let's go with the spear. He's going to be poking the ground every so often, as if he was in snow looking for something beneath. He's like checking for cracks or illusions.
All right, so that's another physical look. Okay, and then finally, let's go ahead and go to Evelyn and Roderick. Is there how you guys want to approach this?
There's signs of, I guess, kind of like the marks of like civilization in us where we're at currently.
The bigger stones look like they were touched by man, but everything else looks like it's been washed away, and if not removed, like as if nature had destroyed it. There isn't evidence of like campfires or latrines, right? We're talking like it's got to be like over 1,000 years ago, right? Like all that ancient civilization has either been swallowed up by the earth or was removed, hidden, gone. There doesn't appear to be anything that stands out up front. So you could approach it like the vast majority of the rest of the cast is trying to do, which is I'm just going to try to dig, randomly poke, and hope I get lucky, which could net something. But you could also try to approach it differently too. There's physical and metaphysical ways to try to resolve something like this.
Let me check something here.
I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, it's not simple. It's definitely not. So don't rush yourselves. For now, we can have you guys doing the same as everyone else, and maybe inspiration will strike you as I start narrating for the other people.
Yeah. Roger go take a random spot and just kind of like dig with the dagger as far as he can.
Right. Daggers aren't the greatest, but there's sand patches.
I mean, that's the only thing he has, really.
So yeah, well, all right. So right. Well, now effectively, it's all of you are really doing investigation checks. I have 3 separate groups doing investigation checks. I can give advantage to the 3 separate groups doing investigation checks. I was hoping that maybe there would be a different diversity of ways, but ultimately it's like you guys are trying to interact with the environment and to find something that would be a physicality thing, right? So with that, I'll to let you get the best chances possible. I'll allow the strongest investigation roll for each group to go. I'm pretty sure Roderick is the highest between him and Evelyn. I think Baldrick's probably the highest in his group. I don't know between Cole and Lumi. It's probably pretty close for you. But I need 3 rolls with advantage, 1 from the respective members, the champions of each of those groups. Okay, so Lumi, Ikal has 0. Do you have a positive in investigation?
Let me have a peek over here. I don't. I mean, I have a +1.
You're the one. You're doing
Alright,
it.
so Lumi,
Yeah.
Lumi, go ahead and roll. You have
Nice.
advantage. Ikal is trying to help you. I do feel like this is kind of bloat, but you know what? This is the way you guys want to try to approach it here. Okay, 14.
For
So
podcast, I got 20.
what's the total?
20 is the
Oh,
total.
20 is the total. So it wasn't okay. Not
Yeah,
natural.
roll-
20.
advantage, I
So
rolled high.
Roderick
Fine.
24, Baldric 20, and then Lumi has a 14. So this is what you guys are doing here. Okay, so looking in the natural world around you, trying to find holes. So Thorax kind of like stabbing the ground randomly, and Doma's kind of like occasionally will do his divine sense, right? And there's kind of like this like frustration because this is actually a heavy investment for you guys. You're spending like 5 to like 8 minutes kind of digging. You're like looking over your shoulder, like how's the other group, and they seem like they're still kind of like also going at it, right? And there's kind of like this tension of like something's supposed to be here and it's not obvious, and it's kind of frustrating. And those of you that definitely have like higher opinions of your like intellect probably are getting a little like irritated that it's not just standing out to you, right? So, and then like, of course, like Ikal, you're like, interacting, grabbing dirt, trying to move things around, looking for anything that stands out. And Evelyn and Roderick, you guys are like, Roderick just like and start the dagger at first. And that's kind of like, if the dagger's not good, so you're starting to just literally do like with your hands kind of digging into the soil, right? Right. So you don't stay in your little respective spaces. This is like roaming around. Like imagine like kind of we're gonna make it like a groups of like pie grid, right? And so you guys are like roaming around, even maybe not even immediately within vicinity of each other, but looking your relative pie show. And so after like 10, 12 minutes of it, right? It's like and kind of like you've been exerting yourself, digging and looking around, right? Trying to race your mind, looking for solutions. Nothing's really standing out to any of you. But partway through this, Baldric and Roderick would catch this. And either it comes from inspiration of the group that's with you, or it's from you yourselves. I don't really care how it happens. But your two respective groups catch whiff of something that seems weird. For a brief moment of time, Roderick, Evelyn, and Baldric, Doma, Thorak, you guys heard, for a very little limited period of time, a deep reverberating like hum. Then it stops.
What's the size quickly around this area?
What's the what?
Are you able to tell what direction?
Oh no, that doesn't matter. Never mind. That's fine.
Can we tell what it
Perception
comes
check.
from?
Perception check now, Roderick.
Sure. Yeah. 13.
It was weird. It sounded like it was kind of coming around from like towards the middle, maybe, but it like almost like it kind of echoed off of the walls. It was really hard to pinpoint it in that limited period of time. But maybe if you bring this information to everyone, maybe that would be a lead, and then other people could help like try to figure out what that could refer to. But the moment you because your respective groups know these, you don't know the other people that know that you've had run into that weird stimuli.
Where did anyone actually pass through the center area? Where did we land?
We were in the bowl.
I thought we landed in the middle. And then we went out.
I thought in my mind you landed in the bowl, but some people said that maybe I don't want my horse in the bowl. So I mean, I'm fine with you having your horses out and you guys walked in, or you landed in here and your horses are in the middle, and you've made the horse. It doesn't really matter to me. Let's anchor it then. You landed in the middle, and then you kind of been poking around, and the horses have kind of meandered off and are eating weeds. So they're like two separate piles. Like 3 here and like 3 here. But you were in the middle initially. Where you were initially. And so like at this point, like I don't know, because you guys have been roaming around, like your group's kind of more closer to the middle than you are on the outside, and like Evelyn and Roderick are probably like around here. And we got like Lumi and Ikal probably like more like in the northwest corner, just like I can't find anything. So
is it just straight bowl, or is there like certain like landmarks maybe that like kind of symbol, like here's like a column or a rock, or Like maybe if you look from like an aerial view above down, it might look like a spell circle
Perception
or some
check.
sort. Is this advantage because my eyes are the eagle?
Yes, because you're trying to see. Can you let me know what the? Yeah, and also what is it? Just tell me what the total is. That's fine with advantage.
19 plus my 4, so 23.
Okay. While looking through this, you can see like Roderick and Evelyn are kind of like talking to each other. It's like she's like asking him something. He's like, well, and he's like pointing to his ear, and you're like, oh, he must have also heard that noise. And then at this moment, you hear again. And as you do that, as you hear that, you notice a weird interaction. It's at that when you hear that noise, you see that Roderick and Evelyn's hair is blown by the wind.
In a specific direction?
It is northeast. Yeah, northeast.
I'll announce to my group, hey, I'm hearing some sort of like high-pitched hum, and then I saw a little bit of gust of wind. I'll lick my finger. Golf. See if I can catch a breeze blowing by the direction.
Doesn't come immediately, but eventually another gust of air does go by. And as you're like listening out for it, you hear that hum again. And with your higher roll, you can now triangulate it. It sounds like it comes more from the middle of the bowl than the outside of the bowl.
I'll yell out into the bowl, I think there's something towards the center.
Alright, so a call kind of like rolls down, and then maybe Lumi flutters in after, and so the groups kind of reconjoin towards the middle, and you guys are within 60 feet of one another. And they're kind of like, what do you mean? What do you mean, Baldric, right?
Heard it too?
I hear like
You heard
this
it too?
on a sort of like interval. I can't quite gauge it yet, but there's like a humming sort of frequency and I've noticed a bit of wind kind of pushing out, and it seems to be coming from this epicenter. Compare it when I triangulate between Roderick and Evelyn and me, the wind, it seems to be over here. I'm not sure
Just
what.
some sort of a crevice or an opening where the wind is flowing, like a giant whistle.
Maybe.
Which means there's a draft, which means the opening.
Another wave of air goes by right
Steel.
now and blows your guys' fur. But it's not north to east, it's now just straight north. And effectively, to speed us up, you all hear a hum. And there's numerous of them, actually. It's not just one thing humming, it's multiples. And it's almost like they're harmonizing with one another.
I'm gonna speak the magic word and make my cloak active.
Your glove active?
Cloak.
Cloak. Oh, you're gonna
word.
make. Okay, sure, whatever. It's you now have an illusion of yourself standing near you, with the same
Thank you.
smug expression that you have normally.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna try to track the sound. I'm hearing it.
All right. Looking around, I will allow 2 rolls or 1 roll with advantage on a nature check. Whoever would like to do it.
Alright, this might influence it. Thorak would like to pull out a torch and light it and see which direction the flames go.
This wind would be north. Eventually, it would stop. So you guys are gonna wait for another buff of wind. So you'll wait for another buffet. But who wants to do the nature check?
Prestidigitation, puff of wind.
I'm got a pretty good nature. I can do it.
Prestidigitation, puff of wind. Previously.
Yeah. Unfortunately, your precipitation I don't think can affect a large amount of space at once. So it's kind of random. And with this first cast, nothing seems to happen with it. But
Okay,
Baldric, what is that you want? You want to take this check?
I'm just sitting there and I got a pretty good nature, +9. So
That's better than 9.
All right. So Baldric, go ahead and do a nature check with advantage. Call, can you give me a perception check? Actually, you and Lumi are tied. Who has the higher perception between Call or Lumi?
My perception roll is a 8.
+8, you mean?
Yes, +8.
What's Lumi's?
Oh, +6.
Okay, so Nicole, can you go ahead and do a perception check with advantage?
Normal, flat,
I'm sorry,
flat
what?
roll.
No, advantage.
Okay.
21 nature.
Okay.
The
25.
sound of wind blowing through the
right.
rocks like this.
So another
It's almost like a song nature's singing.
gust of wind comes by. This one feels like northwest, oddly now. The torch kind of even gestures that's kind of blowing from the southeast, right? The wind doesn't seem very consistent in the same direction every single time. But it seems to be generally going south to north. At least that current seems semi-accurate. A call with your very high roll, you definitely hear and are able to triangulate what is making the noise. And you see that there are a variety of there's a stone in the ground, in the gravel, a stone that just is so easy to miss. And you kind of like kneel down and pick up after the wind unfortunately stops. But there's this black stone that's very porous, super light. And you'd feel like almost like you could crush it because it's very brittle, but there's like these like chambers, right? These holes in it, and you're almost positive that the noise was coming through here when the wind blew through this. The stone made a harmonic, and then you kind of are looking around. There must be multiple of them, and there are others. You count 11 total within your immediate field of view in this space. And then Baldric, after you kind of see him pick up the stone, you kind of like look down at it with your glasses. Well, there's something you do learn. This stone is definitely not from this location. It doesn't have the same kind of qualifications that there were other natural stones would be in this space. This looks like it must come from probably a more volcanic area, and there doesn't seem to be volcanic activity amongst any of the terrain around you. So this looks like it's imported, right? It must be brought here or imported. Maybe it flew downstream or something, but it's not a natural occurring stone. Not in this immediate ecosystem.
Whatever this porous rock comes from, or what it really is, I don't think it's from this area, but I'm very sure this is what's resonating on the wind.
It's here where Evelyn notices, it's like it calls, like I see these ones here. Evelyn would see, they kind of make a circle. Like if you see like that one there, call, it's kind of positioned close to that one. They're almost, and then as she kind of like says that, like you all mathematically circular. They're symmetrical. There's an exact amount, but there's not an exact amount. There's 11. There's a space where there should be a 12th, and there's no 12th there.
We got to go searching for another stone, I guess.
Yeah.
Can I drag, like, how dusty is the dirt? Is it loose or is it real compact?
Or maybe one of us has to harmonize on the missing knob.
It is kind of gravelish, so it's kind of loose. You could scoop up portions of it. These stones, some are kind of caked in with mud, but easily you could dig it for a couple minutes and you could pull one of them out if you want. The one that a call got to naturally was pretty easy to get to.
I don't want to move. I just want to see, like, in my mind, the connection where the circle path would be. I want to push some of the dirt aside to see if there's maybe.
And you want to dig in that location?
Or something.
There's no stone immediately in that space. There. Interesting enough, too. That stone is the stone that would be directly due north.
I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't convey. I want to see if the circle that they would be on. I want to disturb the gravel between one of the paths that the circle would be on to see if there is like a physical sigil, like line, spell circle of some sort that connects them. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, no, there's not.
Yeah, like
there's not.
Book and you put that stuff in. You can see, like,
I get it. There is nothing of the sort. You can dig for 5 minutes. You find no apparatus or anything that would even look similar. Your detect magic is gone now, but even then, you don't feel like there was any. It just feels like it's gravel or mud and other soil.
So it's in a circle, right, everyone? And so there's one missing, and it's pointing to the north. What if this is directions telling us to go north?
Possible. Or maybe
far?
we need to.
We need to fill it.
We need
Find the
to.
last one.
Maybe, like when Lumi says, we need to stand in the vacuous spot and harmonize with it. Or maybe we need to put the missing spot needs to be in a specific area, which then unlocks the puzzle, riddle, lock, whatever it is. But I didn't get a magic signature, so I don't know if it really would be it. It'd have to be a physical connection, like a mechanic, and then with me doing the sweeping thing, I don't think there's really any sort of mechanism that they're being plugged into, so magic seems out.
Well, I mean, if we want to find one of the stones, we can just cover the other stones, wait for wind to blow, and if we hear the noise, we know the direction of the last stone. If we don't hear it, there's not another stone. Or it's being covered by something.
Oh, it's a possibility. 11 stones, though. We'll have to pick some up and move them.
I mean, we have enough. We have plenty of hands. Each person has 2 hands.
The stones are within arm's reach, each of them, though, right?
No,
Like, they're like...
they're
Yeah,
far enough away that
We'll
it's
have to
that.
pick one up and then go to another one, pick one up.
Or
pick-
just like put
We just need to
rocks
cover
over
it.
them. Yeah.
So
Cover
these
them
are
up.
like slots where this stone should go, right? It's not a.
There does not appear to be an apparatus where that stone locks in. It's just that you notice that there's
They're
these
just sat
weird
there.
porous black stones, a variety of different sizes, but they're all kind of generically about the size of your palm, and they're placed. And you see that there would be a circle, if not for the 12th stone, where it should be symmetrical. There's not a stone there.
Or go ahead and cover them up. In the meantime, I'm going to try to hit us with various telepathic bombs virtually. Because I don't know if we're going to get separated, but being able to communicate in a variety of situations I could think would be very advantageous. I'm getting a little uneasy, so you're going to have to go without me for a little bit. And so I'm going to start virtually casting various telepathic bond for the group.
Do you guys want to spend 10 minutes plugging up the holes in these porous stones?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just like covering them up somehow, like not.
So yeah, you got extra clothes, right? And just put the
Yeah.
clothes on top of it or something.
12 sets of clothes?
I mean,
Doesn't have to be just clothes.
yeah, with any like I'll put a water skin on top of one. I'll put, I'll take some of the.
All right, well, not so we waste too much time on this. These apparatuses you're talking about to block, wind still gets by them and they still make noise. So unless you have a more concrete way to block the wind from getting to it, it's still getting, like, even when you pile up stone on top of it, unless it's like sand, the wind's getting through the cracks of the stones.
Would cloth work?
Cloth, the ones that you do use for like a full cloth on, does seem to mute that stone. That one does not seem to resonate, but there's still all these, like, there's the other 10 and you can still hear them, right?
I pick up one of the rocks.
Okay, you take it out of its position, it removes easily, it's in your palm.
And the position that it was in, is there anything on the ground that...
Yeah, Baldric looked into this and there does not appear to be anything that makes it stand out. No apparatus that says that it needs to be in that spot.
Better put it right back where I fucking got it from then.
Okay, you put it back to the best of your position to where you think it belonged.
And I'll put a pouch over it. I have 4 pouches, I'll cover 4 rocks.
A pouch over it, or you want to put the rock in the pouch?
Pouch over it, so as to not disturb its position.
Okay, it still makes noise.
Really?
As if unless you anchor it, air is still able to get underneath portions of the pouch and harmonize with the rock.
Oh, what? That's wild.
If you put it in the bag, would it still, like, if you put it in the bag, would it still make noise? Is it, like, emitting noise, or something?
I'll try that. He'll put one of the rocks in the bag and tighten the bag.
It's
Put
muffled,
it
it
where-
doesn't seem to make noise.
Okay, sure. He'll do that for 4 of them.
Okay, and then do you put them back exactly where they are, or do you just keep them on you?
Oh, no, exactly where they are.
As
I
close
keep them on the
closely
ground.
within your means. Okay, so 4 of the 11 are currently squelched.
Akal will then go to the remaining stones. He's going to take a dart and he's going to put it into the ground, right above where the stone's at. He's going to take each of the stones that he put a dart in the area of and put them in a bedroll.
Do you have 8?
I have 8 darts.
Okay. All right, so you mark location and you put all of them into your bedroll, which means they're on your person, not their spot. All right. Wind blows by. Can I have a perception check from whomever would like to do it?
I mean, I'll do it. I'm listening in.
I'm ritually casting something, so it can't be me right now.
Yeah.
Watch. Never mind.
Close enough. That is a big. That's 27.
Okay, you hear it. You hear a stone. There is a little bit of a muffled harmonizing, like as if some air kind of gets through the fabric a little bit of some of these things. The sleeping bag almost certainly is not letting air through it. But to the northwest, there is a peen, and you make your way over there. And you might have to do it wait for wind for a couple times, but you eventually find a 12th stone.
I found it, and then he'll run back.
And then
Great job.
Guys take them out of the bags, I presume, and put them back to their respective locations, approximately. Okay.
Yep.
And as soon as that 12th one is put down, and the next gust of air goes by,
getting a little loud.
I guess it's notably loud. And suddenly the ground kind of shifts for a bit, and you kind of almost all of you kind of lose traction for just a temporary period of time. None of you fall over, and you hear, and you look towards the very middle of the circle, and where there wasn't a hole before, a hole just kind of falls through the ground like a sinkhole, and it leads down into the ground.
Is it a hole or stairs?
It looks like it's a hole.
Well, that's kind of ominous.
Geronimo!
Sorry. So that's a hole that's a ramp. It's not a straight drop. It's a ramp.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Let me correct that for you. It leads down, but and the natural light goes in for a bit, but it's a slope. It's even steeper than the slope of the bowl. So as you come in, it's going to be probably a little slippery.
Does it go in a direction, or is it a spiral straight down?
It goes what appears to be north.
Ugh. All right, well.
Are we?
How much longer on Rary's telepathic bond?
It goes up. You have it now for next hour.
Right. All right, sweet. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Well, take point.
The hole is wide enough, this tunnel is wide enough where you could have 2 people shoulder to shoulder. Or you could put 1 person in front and go single file if you'd like.
Light.
What is the marching order then? Can I have you guys, as if you're going south to north, can I have your approximate marching order? Who's in front? Is there someone next to him?
I'll be.
I did Geronimo, so I suppose I'm in the front.
You can let people reposition, by the way. So it is dark. You cannot see in there unless you have light. North? You need light. And Lumi, you don't have dark vision as a fairy, so you quickly go, oh, I can't see very far into this.
I could remedy that myself.
If you would like to, you need to use the consumable then. Okay, we got this rough group makeup.
Protect the squishies, except this one.
So Roderick and Lumi are in the front. Okay.
And I'm holding a torch.
Roderick, as you kind of go in, Krista kind of like, I'll be here. Be safe.
You too.
Just call me when you get to the last chamber, okay? Should be obvious, I hope.
Chamber. Okay.
The chamber should have saved us time. She knew exactly what this was.
All right, and so you guys begin your march in with light from Baldric and whoever other wants to cast cantrip light. I know there's a couple in the group now.
Don't worry. I'll cast my magic friends.
I'm holding a torch.
So, moving forward into the space, it's like a natural tunnel, and it kind of goes down for a bit, but not terribly long. And those of you with relative survival skills can kind of guess you're probably like 15 or 20 feet beneath the soil before you feel like it levels out, right? But that's notably in the ground. And there's evidence that this was probably the mine shaft that was here initially, but all the beams that were holding the roof up were removed for some reason. Why? That doesn't make sense. The thing feels like it could crumble down at any moment, but for some reason, it stays intact. And it's like soil and rock, and similar to that gravel that's kind of like in the wall space around you. There doesn't appear to be any rails or mining equipment or anything like that. All of that's gone, as if disheveled, as if removed, or if it has been swallowed up by different passage of times. Moving forward, you guys travel for several minutes, and it's dark. And for those of you that are familiar with the Medan mines, or the Medan in general, your imagination immediately goes back to that experience. It's very reminiscent. But you have more people than you did back then. You have more power than you did back then. You'll be fine. Surely, this will be safe.
Don't trust the dungeon master, he's gonna kill us. It's not safe at all.
You travel this way for like 8 to 9 minutes. And so you're like, that's like half a mile of distance. And the road was not straight. It didn't just go straight north. It bent. It went different directions. And unfortunately, even the best survivalists amongst you would not know which direction you are pursuing now after all the bends that have occurred. It just wasn't possible. If you mapped it out perfectly, it could have been possible. But it's only one way forward, so you keep going forward. And after about 8-9 minutes of this, you eventually get to a wall of stone. And not like comprised of multiple stones, but it's like one giant stone slab. And it clearly has the indentations of civilization because there's an arch and there's like etchings on this stone. And the stone, this archway, this door or whatever, has a stone blocking the path. This door or whatever it is closed, and there is no door handle or an apparatus to interact with. But there clearly is evidence that this has more flair in it than a mine shaft blockade should be. There's no way a naturally occurring rock fell into this kind of formation. It's just too precise. There's too much hand of civilization here. Someone put this here with deliberation and built this.
What does the etching say?
You look at it to try to see if it's language, and it's not language. It doesn't read anything. It's not in the kind of script where it even looks like script. It looks more like symbols, but it doesn't read anything. Your heritage, your unique invocation, does not suggest it's not actually script.
Would hieroglyphs be considered script?
I think it should be.
Symbols like hieroglyphs?
Yeah, but it's not though. His feature is not prompting. It's not prompting it as a language.
Okay.
So either and he's run this once in the past, where either it's a language that his benefactor does not know, or benefactor is not willing to let him read right now, or it's not language. It's one of these.
I'm not asking out of like a meta reason for his feature. I mean, what would Thorak look at these symbols? Could he recognize that as a foreign language he doesn't understand?
No, it doesn't live in.
There's no patterns.
It doesn't even look like it's. It looks more like fan flared art, right? Like slight like lines and different. They're not connected in a cluster enough. It looks more like it's almost as if it kind of looks like arcane mumbo jumbo. Or that's the best way you can impose it. You can think about it. As if it's like arcanic runes, but they're very far spread out. They were nowhere near as articulated as the arcane that you're familiar with. They don't look like divine runes. A rune would be the closest thing I guess I could describe it as, but it's not language.
Detect magic?
Detect magic. Beam. Immediately, along the wall, there's a series of stones, and one of the stones has a glow to it.
You said one of the stones has a glow to it.
One stone has a glow. It's not on the
And
ground.
still-
It's in the wall. It's roughly near abdomen level in height for a 6 foot tall creature. Not like near the navel.
He presses it?
You move up, you touch it, and you kind of try to push it in, and it gives a little bit. And as it does, and the stone in front of you rotates as if it's on an axle. And as it opens up, you see a tunnel lead forward.
He would continue on and just kind of, as there's now a little more magic at play here. This is a heads up.
Do you fall in behind Roderick, everyone?
You don't think there's any chance the plague found its way down here, do you?
Plague?
Hope not.
Maybe it's
I mean,
the
unless-
originator of the plague.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we'd be that lucky to get this over with that quickly. If I had to guess, I would say this is probably where Roderick first tied to Elrian, and that's why we need to go back. I thought I remember Chris was saying something about back to the originating genesis of us all.
We don't remember this so far, so maybe
Probably
this is.
they took you here, Roderick, because this is probably where the veil is weakest, or I shouldn't say veil. What do they call it again? The weave, or something like that. And that's probably why we need to be here again. It's location within the sea of stars and the cosmos and all that.
At this moment, Baldric, a drop of water lands down the back of your shirt on your neck.
God. What is going on?
You alright?
Down the roof.
And as that happened, those of you in the front, when you kind of like look over your back towards Baldric, kind of freaking out, you look back forward, and it looks like you're at a junction. There are several like naturally occurring different directions you can go, but they kind of look arch-like, right? But they look like they almost were naturally made. And so you're kind of in a semi-square shaped room. It's more polyhedral, but it's kind of square shaped, and there is a direction that goes left, a direction that goes straight, and a direction that goes right, as well as the direction you came from behind you.
Well, I suppose the quickest way to solve this would be to split up.
Oh boy.
Or not.
What was that
doesn't sound like
DM
a
I
great
heard back there?
Someone didn't watch. Some of them didn't watch Scooby Doo. Anyway, is there anything, any vibes given off or magics
No,
in any directions?
no.
I'll lick my finger and hold it up. Is there like a wind direction coming from either of these places?
Perception check.
You got it.
I'm always a fan of going straight ahead.
15.
No. It's stagnant. There's a smell of like water, stale water. Water with like minerals, right? And so you kind of listen out. You hear drip, drip.
So then, me and Nicole will go one way, and then you and Baldric, you can go another way, and then
Don't think
just go
divide
straight.
and conquer is going to be a very good strategy.
Yeah, let's just go straight, guys. Just in case we need everybody together.
okay.
Well,
But
the
just
first
remember,
direction we
that will
went-
leave our rear open to attack.
I always assume it's open for attack, so.
All right.
Wish I could.
Let's just kind of make a grid here for you all. Let's just
Yeah.
try to help you.
Very grid-like.
Yeah.
Try to help you map it out a little
Not
bit, right?
concerning.
So
No
let's just
particular
say you
reason.
start here at this one, right? Why not? You started here. Okay. So you want to go up one? Is that right? Forward is the direction you want to go.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be the Cube movie all over again.
So
They're gonna
you
start
go-
switching places.
You go forward,
Oh,
and as you
Like Harry Potter.
move forward, you enter into a space that looks almost identical, if not identical to the space you just left. Twip,
Wow.
twip.
Aww.
So, we have the same issue again.
Yep. Pick a direction.
Can we try going forward one time? Just
Go forward again.
Yes, just.
Let's do
There's
it.
got to be
You
something
would, you
better
would hope
than
that
just.
this goes in that this square here is where you're hoping you would end up. You move
Yep,
forward
but we don't.
again, and you enter a space that seems almost identical to the space that you left before. Twip, twip.
Right, we can't keep doing this.
We're just in
We
the
could
same room,
easily
aren't we?
get. We could easily get lost in this thing. We need to leave some sort of trail so we know our way back.
Can we mark the dirt? Is it like the loose dirt, or is it stone?
It's stone,
like,
but there's
carve into
also
it?
like mud at certain points, so you could like interact with it. You could try.
You want to just draw a symbol in mud?
Yeah, that'll do.
We can
And if
always
someone has chalk on them, that'll be perfect.
prestidigitation, make a symbol.
Okay.
You can
No,
do that.
that-
Only 3 of them, I think, right?
That can expire. I'd rather have something more permanent.
Yeah.
Anyone have chalk in their
At least-
component
at least
pouches?
some flour on the ground.
I think you used that flower somewhere. Shut up. I could swore I never used that full 5. I think you used the full 5 pounds somewhere. So come on.
Yep. So he sprinkles out some. Should we start right here, or you
Yeah.
want to go back on again?
Fine, yeah. I'll put a copper coin. That'll work
Okay.
in a
No,
direction.
no wasting money. No wasting money. He drops it. Sprinkles some flour on the ground.
It's
We don't have
oh,
flour.
fine.
It's like 5 pounds of flour, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think he used
How
it
many
for,
do you
for a
have?
ritual somewhere else. But okay, whatever. Sure. All right. So you
It'll-
sprinkle.
it won't melt
You
in the
sprinkle
water.
some breadcrumbs,
It's a pound of
whatever physical breadcrumbs it happens to be. Which direction are you guys going to try to go?
Forward again!
Forward again. Okay. You walk
We're in
forward.
the same room.
The space that you enter seems almost identical to the space you just left. But there is no
There are marks.
there's
on the
no
ground.
marks. There's no flour.
Oh.
There's nothing left on the ground. Trip, trip.
What's
you look,
that noise?
You look behind you towards where there would be a line of flour or debris, and it's gone. There is nothing. Even if you look into the room behind you, there is nothing of the physical magnification you left behind left there.
Yeah,
The landmark
called
is
it.
gone. You've concluded the following, that you're probably still at square one.
Right.
I look at the ground. Is the flower at our feet?
There's no flour there.
Anywhere.
None.
It
None of
can't
the
be-
physical
it
things
is-
you did, or prestidigitation if you left a magical mark. There is nothing here. Nor is there one in the room that you left.
Alright, if I go back into that room.
You step
Still
back into the
nothing?
room, you realize that as you actually pass the threshold, you're not in a room at all. Not in this kind of like naturally occurring like stalactites and such that make this kind of like what appears to be almost a wall. And you're back into the hallway that you used to get to this space.
Oh, guys.
Oh, I have an idea. I go spiraling through the tunnel by myself forward.
Okay?
Wait.
Lumi,
Oh, fuck.
By myself. Where do I appear for them?
you disappear.
No!
Guys, we haven't moved at all. Look. Back here's the entrance.
Where did Lumi go?
Yeah, where'd Lumi go though?
Lumi, from your
Telepathically
perspective,
very
you're in a new room and you hear drip, drip.
Oh.
Telepathically to Lumi. Lumi, we have lost visual line of sight of you.
Mm-hmm.
Someone message him?
I'm in a room. It looks very much the same. I'm going to turn around now and see what happens when I try to go back.
God.
Okay, so you
So,
go
backwards.
backwards. As you do, you suddenly hear noise from behind you, Lumi, as you see the rest of the group is behind you now.
Oh, hello.
Father, could not see any magic on this at all?
All right, so
There does not
we
appear
go
to be any
forwards.
detect magic. There does not appear to be any magic present in this room.
Let's go to the left or right and see what changes, or if
Yeah.
anything changes. So, let's go the right path, so we
Right.
can't be wrong.
Is the dripping continuous, or
No.
is only when we change rooms?
Does not seem to be terribly continuous.
It's just when we're entering the room, we hear the same drip drip.
So us being in the room right now, not moving, do we hear it?
You wait. And then, like, maybe 20 seconds in.
Okay. But every time we change rooms, we heard it right away.
Seems like that's been the case.
All right. Well, it seems every time we have moved into a room, I've heard dripping. I don't know if that's part of this. I don't know if magic's at play. I would think we would pick it up with detect magic. But
I mean, maybe it's magic that's higher than us.
There's no
Baldric,
maybe.
Arcana roll for me, if you would.
right.
There's no maybe, there's clearly magic here.
Yeah,
we
there's
went
definitely
forward
something
3 times, I went back once, and there's the entrance. We're being moved.
What was it again? Plus 9, so that's a 17, I think.
Okay, that's enough. There are spells that make it look like there's no magic being at play when there is magic at play.
Or,
Oh yes.
or.
Which does make it problematic because there could be numerous such things happening in this place right now, and so it doesn't seem like your magical gifts might be as valuable in this part or in other parts in this space. I mean, you
going
should
to the
try,
right,
but there could be actually magic at play, and it could be getting hidden. More than rational
Sure.
for 17.
I'll share that with the group. I don't know how many separate incantations are and effects. I don't know how effective it would be to try to dispel individual ones. I don't think it'd be really worth our time, probably, by just quickly looking at the layout. So I think probably us traversing and trying to puzzle out the path is probably our best approach.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know if there's going to be some theme to the stepping into another room and there being a drip right away. I think that might be a lead to maybe us being going
we
the
can
wrong
listen
path,
for that.
going back to 0, or
Exactly.
I don't know. But just I've noticed that a drip happens immediately when we've changed rooms, and so far we have not gone to any room, really, not gone forward at all. So,
Alright, so we're gonna try the right side and we'll listen for the drips.
sounds good.
So the entire group goes to the right chamber.
Yep.
You enter a space that seems exactly identical to the space you left.
And there's drips.
There's no
Oh, I guess it
drops.
wasn't. I guess my.
It's
No, let's do drip.
All right.
Because Mike isn't picking it up.
Then if we then go to the room to the left, we'd be going to the original left then, right?
Well, I think we're in the first room still. You heard the 2 drips.
Right.
the
So I'm saying we need to go left now. We've gone
So let's
straight,
try
we've gone
left.
right. We need to go left now.
Yep.
Yes.
So let's take a left.
Okay.
And drip still. Son of a mother. We've gone all the cardinal directions, and maybe the dripping is not some sort of hint where you are. Okay.
What is the? You said the ground is somewhat muddy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And so I don't know. Maybe I didn't do it right. Maybe you didn't hear it once again. The microphone, because there was always complaining that my microphone was not working, like overhearing things. There should have been 3 drips.
Oh. So left
When
is
it went-
3 drips.
3 drips. It should be 3.
The other
drips.
directions were 2.
Oh,
But the
Okay,
space.
okay.
But the space looks identical to the space you left.
how about this? We lost visual last time. I hope I don't die. I'm gonna run back the way we came and see if we can see each other visual line of sight.
Okay, you go back the way you came, and you lose sight, and everyone loses sight of you. You lose all audio of them, and you're back into a room that looks exactly like the room you just left, but you hear.
I'll go left.
You go left, and you enter a space that looks identical to the space you are, and there you are alone, but you hear.
Oh crap! I'm separated from you, and I appear lost. Oh no.
Oh, wait.
One of those like a life alert. I've fallen and I can't get up.
I should have given you the rock. This is ending rock.
This is not good. This is not good. Alright.
Baldric!
I will go back. The way
Okay,
I came then.
back the way you came, and you hear, and you see a room
I
that looks
go,
exactly the
I
same.
I go right and then I go left.
All right, you go right, and you enter into a room that looks exactly identical to the room before, and you hear, and then you go left, and you you enter a room that you're by yourself in, but looks identical, but you hear 3 drops.
Hello! I call out into the room.
No one hears you, and you have no reply.
Jasper, nope. This is not good. Not good.
I'm starting to worry about him. Our leader
can
is in
talk to
And
danger.
you guys wanted to split up. You guys are crazy.
You guys can
Well, I
talk.
still think it's the right choice.
You can talk to him, and he can talk to you with Rary's telepathic bond for the next 50 minutes. Well, 45
Maybe if
now.
we all take a wrong turn on purpose again, we'll all end up next to each other again.
How many drips did you hear?
I'm hearing 3, but I don't see you, so I don't think this is right.
Oh my. Then what are our options in the room that we're in? Can we go left, front, right as well?
Yep,
or
it
do-
seems
the-
like
the
once
choices
again,
change?
every single time it seems like the room is exactly the same as the room that you left, right? But the only change you've noticed thus far is that there is a dripping difference.
So let's keep going to the left then, if that's where we're getting 3 drips.
Oh dear. Oh.
Left. We're gonna go left.
All right, and you tell Baldric this, or do you guys just go without
We're trying
him?
to catch up to him, aren't we?
I don't know.
Right, well, Baldric. So
No,
we're gonna
so
take a
many doors
left.
he went through.
We're gonna try and get to you. We're gonna retrace your steps. So first you went left, then where did you go?
Then I didn't see you, so I went right, and then I.
Okay,
went
hold on,
left.
wait. First we're going. Okay, and then we go left.
All right, so
Alright.
you guys go left right now. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right.
The same way Baldric went.
So
Yes.
from the door you enter in, you look left and you go into the door that was left. Okay, you go to that one. And when you do, you enter a space that looks exactly identical as the space you just left, and you hear drip, drip.
Alright, that was 2 drops. Then where did you go after that, Baldric?
And then I went to the right, because I thought I started back at square one, and then I would need to take a left to get back to you people.
Right, okay,
Right.
we're going right now.
Okay, you enter a space
Alright.
that's exactly like the one before, and you hear 2 drips.
2
We're
drips.
gonna left.
You go left, you enter a space, and you hear 3 drips, but you do not see Baldric.
Damn it, we heard 3 drips, but we don't see you.
Oh, this is not good. Alright.
He's all by
You must have-
himself.
You must have misremembered one of them.
Alright, let's
Shit,
see
you
here.
went back as well, didn't you? You went
We
back
all
one.
tried going back
Oh,
to
we
the
have to go
hallway.
back!
You went. Well, I don't know that in character. Take that back. We don't know he went back. He didn't say he went
Remember, he
back.
didn't, did he? I thought he did.
Oh lord.
What would you like to
Baldric?
do?
What direction should we go?
I'm.
How about you go right and we go left and we try to smash into each other?
Wait, everybody. Baldric, you have your parchment. You have your spellbook or something. Write which paths you took down.
Okay. I was with. Okay, so when we entered the room with the 3 drips, I went back the room we came to see if we would divide. Right?
I'm sorry. I'm already lost.
So when we first went into the room with the 3 drips, I went back the room
You
we
went
just came to
back.
see if we would lose visual contact.
Correct.
Then I was separated from you. So then I went to the. And then I went to what we did first, which was. Oh, shoot.
Right. Yeah.
I don't
See, this is
remember
why we
that.
write it down.
I will suggest to you that the token positions really don't matter at the moment. So
So when I tried to return to the room with everyone in it, I was put in a different room with an identical setup. I don't think we can return to him. I think we have to somehow get back to the store.
But
Yes,
how
I'm
do
gonna try
we
to-
do that?
Well, I have an idea.
Just lay it on us.
I press my hands together, and you watch as my fingers turn into big claws, and you watch as Lumi turns into a big badger.
Oh shit.
And I'm just gonna start digging at the ground.
interesting concept, but as you dig, and you dig, the ground just doesn't cave. It doesn't, like, you're shoveling stuff out, and there should be like a pile of dirt, and you should be going underground, but it's not changing. And there's
I don't like that. What is on the ceiling?
after like 3
Anything?
minutes,
Can
you
you
like
see
look
the
down and
ceiling?
you're
Is it-
exactly surface level still with everyone else, and there's like no dirt with you, and you're just like,
I run in circles 3 times and then start sprinting in a direction.
which direction?
Oh,
Just through one of these doorways, and I keep heading in that same direction
Can you
through
tell me
every
which
room.
direction that is, though?
I will go north.
You go straight.
God.
From
Okay,
here.
so you go straight
Yes.
as the mole that you are, and you enter a space, and you lose sight of everyone else, and everyone else loses sight of you, and you hear drip, drip. But you keep running in that direction, and you go right back into a space that's familiar to you before, and there's no one you see nearby you, and you hear drip, drip. You go in another space forward, you go right back to the space that looks familiar to you before, and you hear drip, drip. You do it. Let's just do one more. You go back to a space that you've seen before, and you hear drip, drip.
God.
And none of the debris and no other people are within present with you. So now you are alone
Oh,
as
it's
this
my
Baldric.
rescue coming along.
The badger, the giant badger just shaking his head, and then after that doesn't work for a long period of time, I turn left and I start sprinting in that direction for as long as I can go.
All right, so you go left.
not backwards. Oh, God.
Nope.
As
Oh,
left,
God.
you go left and you hear drip, drip, drip. And then you go left again and you hear drip, drip. And then you go left again and you hear drip, drip. You go left again
Maybe
and you
we
hear
need
drip,
the
drip.
rule-
Go
if
left
we
again, you
all-
hear drip, drip.
How about we all go right at the same time, and maybe we'll bump into each other? So we'll all start at square one, right? Going left did 3 drips, going right went 2 drips.
Well,
Left was
okay, there's-
3, right was 2, forward was 2.
Yes.
There's 2 more directions. We can go forwards and backwards too.
Oh, let's all go backwards then.
Okay.
Okay, how many people are
After the
separated?
hallway.
It's just the two of them
Lumi
that
and
are
Baldric
separate.
are alone by themselves in the complete darkness. Lumi has no. He has I guess he has probably tremor sense with us as a mole, and Baldric has.
I'm a
his light.
giant badger.
I have light.
Do you have light? Because I have light
Yeah,
in
yeah.
my
I have
group, I
light.
I'm
guess.
saying, yeah. So I was just trying to remember that yeah, badgers probably have tremor sense, so you can probably kind of see.
Oh my god, this is making me sick.
I have dark vision, is what I have.
All right. So what do you
All
guys? What does each person want to do, if anything?
Thork goes back.
All right. So Thork wants to go back. Does his group go with him?
Yeah,
All right. So Thork, you take a step back. Thork, as you take a step back, you are back in the tunnel.
Oh shit, we found a tunnel. I say to Baldric.
Everyone in the group that follows with you, which is effectively Evelyn, Roderick, Doma, everyone besides Baldric and Lumi, you are all back in the tunnel. If you turn around, you see the space of the rooms again, right? The 4-directional room. If you turn around again, so presumably
let's
you
go
are
into
at
the room
the
again.
entrance, is what you would guess. Now you're probably at the entrance right
Yeah.
now.
All right, I'll say it in the telepathic link. All right, we went back one, and we're at the entrance tunnel. So we're gonna go forwards. So we're at
Into
the
the first
first
room.
Well,
room.
maybe we all need to go back to the entrance with you. Maybe that's the only thing that's really anchored. Every other space might be disconnected. So maybe
so we should back out.
I'm gonna try to.
we
back
say, we
the
say
hallway
they need to
too.
do it.
I'm gonna try to go back. I'm gonna go backwards.
All right, you go back and you enter a space, and then you hear drip, drip. There's no people.
I'm
Keep going back.
going back.
You enter into the hallway. You didn't see them, but it's almost as like you bumped right into Evelyn.
Ah, yes. If you go, so Lumi, if you go back, go
Oh
south.
god, which way is back?
He says in his mole brain as he can't speak out loud, it's squeak, 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 squeak.
Why no, it's telepathic. It's telepathic.
Telepathic bond.
I guess, sure, why not? Okay.
What do you mean, I guess? I have my own brain. Of course I can telepathically talk. Oh god, which way is it back?
Just turn around, dude.
But I did rights and then lefts and straights. Oh,
Just go back. Let's go back.
no, there's no... I turn around to look back the way I came, which would be right from the initial entrance. Oh god.
All right, make sure, Lumi. If it's 2 drips, that means something. I forgot what. So please.
Two is we want to go back to the front room, which was 2.
Yeah.
We heard 2 in the first room.
No, not 2 drips doesn't mean necessarily anything though, because I ran through 2 rooms and I heard 2 drips both times too. So
How much longer can you talk to me?
45 more minutes.
40 minutes.
Oh, I
40 minutes.
I thought you were going to
Pick a
lose
direction to
connection
run
soon.
quickly.
Okay, I turn right from where I am. I just fucking run that direction.
All right, you go right, and when you go right in the space you are in right now, you hear drip, drip, and you do not see anyone in the space with you.
All right, then I turn around and run back the way I came.
You enter into a tunnel.
Because I'm assuming, yeah, there we go. A big badger's
right into like the knee of Baldric.
I immediately start digging now that I'm in the tunnel.
As long as you go back to the room you just came through, it takes you back to the hallway. So it doesn't matter which direction
back
you're
is
moving
just back
before,
out.
and you just have to go into a room and then turn back around, and you are rescued to the hallway, it appears.
Okay, so the back is hallway.
All right.
So now
if we were
the
to-
question is,
We have
do we want
40
to go up
minutes
in
to
drips?
telepathic bond. That seems pretty good. I think we all need to be with each other as we move.
So, okay. If you go backwards, quote unquote, cardinal directions don't matter. It only matters where you came from. So,
Right.
in the real world, if we took a left 3 times, we would be back where we started. But in this place, it might mean we would be going somewhere.
Up or down, yeah.
So,
I
try.
think a dripping is still a part of it. We're probably looking out for
Do we
things
want
that aren't
2 or
2
3
drips.
drips?
2 drips appears to put you back at
Yeah,
some
I'm thinking
dimension
3.
by yourself.
3, 2,
That might
1.
So left was 3 drips.
Right.
I'm thinking
All right.
3 drips is what we should be looking for, since the
Yeah.
2 drips led back to the entrance.
That's
Yeah,
what I
I
thought
think
too.
when you hear
Okay.
2 drips, it sends you to a demi-plane, but if you then go back the way you came into the room, just turn around, go back, you should be back at the hallway, is how I think this is working. At
the
least
first
with the
step-
information presented to me so far.
So we want to go
First
left
step is left.
from the first.
Yes. And we should all
So,
take
well-
a left right here. The first, then we should take a left.
All right.
Well,
left.
first we
go.
enter the first room, then we take a left.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
So you guys move up into the first room, and then as a group, you go left. So to narrate, the first room, drip, drip. Second room, drip, drip, drip.
Okay.
Okay, now what?
So we're
Not backwards.
over here now then.
Presumably, yes.
Presumably, you son of a bitch. Okay.
Because I think we have to remember there's boxes in front of this now, right? It just is a growing grid.
Yeah, it's
we're not
theoretically an
bound by
infinite
this.
growing grid. So I mean, yeah, that's why like the
Yeah.
space. So technically, there would be a box here, and then there would be a box
Right,
here.
exactly,
And so you guys
exactly.
could go backwards, or you could go right now. Presumption is that you are currently like here on this line, and you're looking into this room in this direction.
So let's pick a rhythm and stick with it. So maybe we start the first left, and if we don't hear 3 drips, then we come back to this room, and we go forward, and then if that doesn't work, you know what I mean? We have to like rock back and forth.
So,
Coming
Every
back to this
time-
room wouldn't be back here, though. It'd be back to the first room, and then
That's
the
fine.
tunnel.
okay, so every time we don't hear 3 drips, we'll go to the tunnel and start over until we keep repeating 3
Correct.
drips.
We
Correct.
need process elimination from that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we took a left. Now let's go forwards.
Okay. The group moves forward. All right. As you move forward, you enter a space that looks exactly the same as the space before you, and you hear drip, drip, drip.
Okay.
Okay. So from the hallway, go to the left,
Left
forward.
and straight.
left again, drip, drip, forward. All right.
Now take a right.
Hold on, I gotta probably write this down someplace.
So
right?
left 1,
Left.
Left, forward.
and then forward.
Okay.
Something
And then
occurred
now
to me, right?
we have the option to go either direction again.
Well, we shouldn't go backwards. Going backwards will
Correct.
probably,
Reset us.
yes, probably.
Okay.
I do have an idea.
We know the
though.
first 2 steps.
What if the 3 drips are only if we're trying a new route? What if it doesn't mean anything?
But we already said that. It might not mean anything.
All right,
But
let's
it's all
try it
we have
anyway.
to go on.
I'm gonna be so pissed when we hear 4 drips.
4 is better than 3, though. We're going up here, right?
Which direction do you guys want to go? From the door, which direction are you going?
Fuck and fuck.
We can go left, forwards, or right.
Or backwards.
Well, Thoric said right. Should we go right
All
first?
right. Yeah, he's been
Right.
out.
so far. Yeah.
All right, you're going right.
There you go.
All right,
Yeah.
you enter a new room. The room is exactly the same as the one before, but you hear drip drip.
Okay. All right. So let's try it. Let's go left. Oh, actually,
The left
The,
forward.
the giant badger turns around and walks out.
As you do, you enter the hallway, and you can see the
Yep,
people
we're gonna back.
from the tunnel. You can see the people behind you, and they can see you.
I walk back into the room and then turn left.
And this badger kind of like walk. It's not like walking. It's more like hobbling or waddling.
It's waddling. No, the giant badger turns left and then heads down that path.
All right, so
All right,
as
so
a
back
group,
forward.
you guys go left, and you get left. You go left, and then you go left again, and you're back theoretically at this spot here. Okay. And so
Left
as
and
you
then
enter this
forward.
room, you heard drip, drip, drip.
Correct.
we did left, forward. We're back to where.
Nope.
You are
We did
currently.
left, forward.
Let's just say the
forward.
following: you
Right.
are currently left, to your understanding.
Okay, so we need to go forward then, and then we don't take a right because that would be a
We
reset.
gotta go forward or left.
Yes, I think it was left, forward, and then we had 2. Right? Isn't that what happened?
Don't go to forward.
Yes,
I wrote our original path was start left forward.
Same. But
That's-
Larry said left forward.
Sorry,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I'm
why
sorry.
Yeah, I
left
said
forward,
start-
left forward. My mistake. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
looking at the actual
yeah,
map
it
on the
was-
table, and I'm confusing with it.
Yeah.
You went
We-
left, forward, and you've entered a room with 3 drips. My mistake.
And
Sorry.
we know right is wrong. Right,
Right is
You
wrong.
are aware
Yeah.
that right from this space would be wrong if you're going forward.
Yes.
Okay, so we can go left or forward.
Or
Okay,
backwards.
forward it is.
Forward, yeah.
Forward. All right, you guys go forward. You enter a room. You hear drip, 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 drip.
Okay. Forward, right.
the badger is trying to dig again.
It's not digging though.
Wait,
All right.
hold on.
We
So,
want to go 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going up in increments here.
Yeah, probably.
so which one's fucking 5?
We gotta figure that out. We're at the beginning. What way do we go
Randomly
first?
pick one, and we'll just make the path again.
Call takes a right.
Mark is like pulling his hair
We're
out.
gonna
Call
right,
goes
call
off
together.
on his own, and he goes to the right.
No. Go together.
He went off on his own. He already did. You could
Oh,
chase
okay,
after
right.
him if you want. Do you want to chase
Chase!
after?
No, wait, call.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow. I call.
All right. So the group goes right. Okay. Going right. You enter a room identical to the one before, and you hear drip, drip, drip.
Okay,
I charge forward.
wait.
No!
I grab him.
He's not using rares even though he can.
He's pointing with his claws forward.
You can talk to them with rares. You made it a problem.
Can I talk to all of them or just?
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
rares
Baldric?
when he applies it to like a creature, so you all can talk to each
Oh,
other.
all right.
Oh, yeah.
I've been talking to Baldric exclusively.
Yeah, it's not like Sidax thing, no.
Okay.
Or a media special.
That was the. We just did the 3 drips. We have to go forward to get back and forth.
Okay, let's say that, and then we can go. Okay, let's go forward.
I forget. I can talk.
Does that agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, forward. You go forward, and you enter a room, and you hear drip, drip, drip.
We gotta go back.
Instantly
back.
starts digging again.
We have to go back and go back. We have to go
Let's
back
just-
and start over.
let's
It's
just-
left,
Reset.
forward,
Yes.
and then
left
it's
forward.
not right.
Yes,
right?
just left forward. We'll do that instead.
Yeah, we'll do left, forward. Yep.
So what's
What?
the move right now? What are you guys
Yeah,
doing?
left, forward,
Go,
forward.
We're in the
resetting.
first room. We're gonna go left.
So you're going to go backwards right now.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Okay.
said we went back to the beginning.
Okay, so
Well, we
you,
think so.
We try to.
you guys
Yeah.
all go backwards. You enter a room. Drip, drip.
Okay, backwards again.
You are now in the tunnel.
Perfect.
Perfect.
So-
First room, left.
Okay.
First room left.
You enter that first room. You hear drip, drip. You then go left. Drip, drip, drip.
Go forward.
You go forward. You enter a room. You hear a drip, drip, drip.
Forward
Forward
again.
again.
You enter a room. You hear drip, 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 drip.
Okay.
Forward again.
So forward again.
You enter a room. You hear drip, drip.
Reset.
So we have
Go
to go
back.
left there.
Wait, so if we go back one now, are we at the entrance?
Well, no, we're back at the entrance.
No. Yeah, we have to
Wait.
go back and back.
Let the DM answer.
All right. So do you want to go back right now or not? Is the question.
Yes.
All right.
Let's go back.
As a
Like a hallway.
group, you go back. You're in the tunnel.
Okay.
Hey, so
Same
listen.
thing again.
No, wait, Roderick. The drips mark which room we are in. 2
Correct.
drips is the very first room we entered. So if we got the same amount of drips twice, that means we didn't move at all. So let's not repeat the unnecessary steps. Let's only move into directions that
you're
give
right.
us an extra drip.
The only option we have left now is left.
Yeah,
And
so we go
then-
left,
Right.
we go
Forward,
left, and then we take
forward,
another
and-
left.
It'd be forward, forward, left.
Oh
Left
no,
would
no.
be
You
go
said
back,
if
back,
it's
back.
increasing. Did we take that left initially after the after we took our first left and then the second left?
I thought it was first, left,
Because
then
right is
forward,
when we
forward.
hear the different drips.
We
I'm
we
gonna
have
pull out a
explored.
parchment.
We
I'm
have
writing it down.
we have explored right and forward from the fourth
haven't gone
drip
left.
tile.
Correct.
We
Correct.
haven't gone
So
left.
we need to go left.
We're
Right.
hearing 4 drips, so we need to go left. Correct.
Okay. So we go left at the first.
All right. So the
junction.
first. So you're at the very beginning, presumably, and
Go
you
left.
go your first space. You're in the first room. You hear drip, drip. You go left. That's what you're telling me. You hear
Yes.
drip, drip,
Well-
drip. What's the next command?
Okay.
Forward.
You hear drip, drip, drip in the next room.
Okay. So that's incorrect. We didn't move anywhere, so we can skip that.
But then
Wait,
forward
then we-
again
yeah,
gets
Forward
us
again, we get
4.
4 drips.
Let's
Well, no, I think I get. I think I get what Thoric is saying.
We
Thoric,
did 3 to go left here. We went forward from here to that, and that's we got 3 here, and we went forward again. That's gave
That
us
was the
4.
4th drip.
What I'm saying, basically, right here is basically we went 3. We went forward, left, then forward. We never extended left. So, what if that is the one that gives us that 4 there instead of making the 3, 3, 4?
We have to go
Unless
left.
it's having that the
I'm
sequence.
not following.
No,
so-
I'm saying we do it right here first, right there, the first one. Because we're
I
looking
don't.
for different tones for each of them, the different number of drips.
So, I think Thoric is on the right path with something. Left, the first left gives us drip drip, correct? That
Wait,
means
no,
if
it gives us
if his
It
logic,
gives us 3. The first left when
No.
we come in is 3.
no, it does not because that
No,
would
the,
mean
fir-
that
the first
next
room
would
is
be
drip,
4.
drip. The first room is drip, drip. This is drip, drip, drip. Then we go into another drip, drip, drip,
Drip.
and then we go into drip, 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 drip. We do 4
Ah.
here.
So
I'm
then,
saying here,
So
we
what
go
I'm-
to this, we like left.
yeah,
Yeah, what I
Left,
think
left.
happens is when we go into this room, we're going in
It's
the
an
same room.
extension.
No, it's the
Yeah,
same
so
room,
you-
but it's equivalent of coming in from this side of this room.
I get you.
Either way, as it stands, we go left.
Yeah, we know that left up here gets us to 4, though. We know that
Correct.
going forward here gets us to 4, guaranteed.
Hmm.
And we just know that this is 2, this is 2. So, like, we should just get this order. We should just get this one out of the way to figure out what the fuck it is.
Yeah, if it goes to 5.
Yeah, because we had that was the only direction we had left was to go left.
And if that
Like
doesn't
that.
work, then we can start changing things earlier on in the method.
right.
But right now, we have a guaranteed path to one more option. So we
Right.
should just exhaust that one.
All right.
Alright, let's go ahead and go left.
All right. So you guys currently entered into a room, and this was the room with the 4 drips. Is where you are right now, or is this the 3 drips?
Yes. 4 drips.
You're at the 4 drip room. Okay. So which
And
direction?
we've
do you
gone
go?
right, and we've gone forward, so we're gonna just try left.
You you enter a room, and it says drip, drip.
Alright. Then it's fucked.
Whole process again.
Wait, did we do that right?
You
What we
know,
just did was hallway left, 2 drips. Left again, 3 drips. Forward, 3 drips. Forward, 4 drips, because the only thing we've heard 4 drips for. We just
Correct.
took a left and we're back at 2.
I suppose there's also turning around is also
But
an
if
option.
that's true, we have not. I don't think we've done hallway left 2 drips, left 3 drips, forward 3 drips, forward 4 drips, and then a right. I think would be the next numerical increase.
We've done right at that point.
We've done right.
Yeah.
We're at the 4. We've done
Right,
every direction.
forward.
To the 4.
Technically, the only direction we haven't done from that point would be turning around and going backwards.
Yeah.
So we're gonna either try that or we're gonna try turning left here and seeing if this gets us to 4 earlier.
Okay.
Sonic moves left. Fuck it this way.
Okay.
The first
So,
room. Out of the first room.
presumably, you guys enter the first room. Drip, drip. Which direction do you go?
Left.
Left to 3,
Left.
Okay, 3 drips.
Left on you.
and then left again to
2
unknown
drips.
room. All right. So then I'm gonna guess we turn around up here. I want to push forward till 4 drips and then go backwards. The only other path from 4 drips.
Does the group agree with this?
Yeah.
Sure.
No reason not to.
The room you enter provides 2 drips.
Motherfucker. the badger is digging. The badger's digging. He's digging again.
But there's no terrain difference. It just
Did when you were running alone, did you ever enter a room without drips or with 1 drip?
I don't know. Gosh, I think I've always heard dripping. Our first time through, we went straight though, didn't we? And we heard 2 drips.
Correct. Every time we went straight, that first initial time, 2 drip, 2 drip, 2 drip.
So maybe we make a right maybe we go back the hallway and take a right first. We haven't done that.
We'll be right back.
Go right.
So we'll back up to the hallway
okay.
and take a right first.
All right. So you back up,
Oh.
and then and the room you're in. If you backed up, you go to the tunnel. So you're out of the puzzle
Yeah.
completely. You
Yeah.
go forward. You enter a room. 2 drips. Which direction?
Oh, there's no immediate. So when you're in the hallway, you go forward first.
It's forward or back out to the surface.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I gotta adjust my stuff then. Okay.
Forward means as I'm actually entering the room initially.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I got it. So it's never been left. It's been forward left, right?
Yeah.
Start is technically a forward if you count it as a direction.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So hallway forward. We have not. I tried taking a right once though when I went by myself. Let's try it again though. Right?
Do you go solo or does the group come with you?
I'm not gonna solo.
All right. So the group goes with you. The room you're in right now. You go right. You enter
Yes.
a room and it's 2 drips.
All right.
Okay, so left.
Is someone recording this or am I the only one?
I'm also
So,
recording.
we have it in
nice
chat.
recording it.
Not in high detail, but we have like the path that got new drips for us.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do? Is there other mechanics or check skills you guys want to try to use?
I think I'm at the cusp of getting
What's
it. Right
the
there.
distance we walk to hear the new drip?
So like how many feet from the center of the room to like the hallway?
Correct.
It's probably like 30 feet, 40 feet. I don't know, it's 30 to 50 feet, right? Let's say 50 feet, sure. That
Here,
seems
hold
like
this.
too big, actually. I'll shrink it like 30 feet. 30 feet.
I take my 50 feet of rope and I give one end to somebody. Hold this, please.
I place both my badger paws on top of it.
Roger takes it.
I walk off. We're at.
Okay, when you
we're at
walk,
the 2
yeah,
drips
sure,
to
sure.
the
When
right.
you walk through the hallway, from everyone else's perspective, the rope just goes slack, as if it's been cut by a dimensional cut. And from your perspective, the same exact thing happens to you. Your rope has been severed. So you currently have, because you were leading it, and there was a bunch of slack behind you. You have like
It's like a little sliver.
you
of
have
rope.
like a foot of rope like around you. Yeah, and they have
I-
49 feet of rope on their side.
I'm going to walk forward to the end of that rope, to like the point where it's just laying on the ground.
Okay.
Where does it cut off? Just
It's like literally like dead center in the in the archway between like the what appears to be a natural archway made of stalactites and stalagmites. It's like literally halfway between it.
I start digging there.
And it doesn't do.
I know it's doing nothing, but I just...
Nothing happens. So, Call, do you want
Roger
to
comes up
reset
as
and get
well?
back to the group then because you're currently by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, you back up. You convince everyone else to back up. You guys back up twice. You regroup in the hall, the tunnel, the start, and then you go back into the very first room. Drip, drip.
Yep. Well, I'll take my 49 feet of rope back. Put it in my bag.
Please make sure you mark that correctly. That is a consumable that was used and lost. So.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's 49 feet of rope.
Oh. Anything else anyone would like to try to do currently here? Like, don't just keep try to think of different perspectives if possible.
Well,
All right, I'm gonna, since it is really easy to come back to the front, I'm gonna test something out on my own. I have an idea.
unless it traps you in whenever you solve it, and then you can't get out, and then we lose you forever. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, that would fucking suck.
Good luck.
Yeah, alright.
There's less than 30 minutes remaining on
No,
that rarity,
no.
by the way. You guys are like 25 minutes remaining.
That was a joke,
Alright,
by the way.
entrance.
Please don't walk off on your own.
Alright, well then come with me.
I have an idea.
No.
What is your idea? What is your idea, Thor?
You know, there's
Before
every
Been
chance it
mapping
can only
out.
be solved alone.
Every time you enter a room, your cardinal directions, your compass gets reset to something else that you don't expect. I'm mapping it out. I just need a few more entries, a few more guesses before I can figure out how it works.
Lead the way.
We're connected telepathically, so let me try this. Roderick, we don't want to split up as a group either, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that, yeah.
And we're currently in that first room.
You are currently in the first room. We've reset it to save a call, the
Okay,
humiliation
alright,
of
cool.
dying in the
Maybe-
Dane, I'm
darkness.
glad I cast a very telepathic bond. Dane, am I?
Okay, how long? Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna be Okay, before I do this, it should be fine. Okay, so what he would do, Roderick would sit down and he would begin to cast Mislead.
Mislead?
Okay.
With that, you will become invisible, but an illusory double would appear where I'm at.
You have this spell?
5th level spell.
Yes.
How the hell did you get Mislead? Okay.
That's level up.
Let me double check. Did you actually put that in your character sheet? I'm
Yes.
because you're rocking Warlock your set. Do you have Mislead? You do. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Mislead. You become invisible at the same time that an illusionary double of you appears where you're standing. Okay. And you can command the illusion to move forward as you see fit, right?
Yep, pretty much. He's gonna be like I see through his eyes and hear and basically sees. He's basically move through it. Basically, I have his senses. Luckily though, we're all bonded telepathically. So we're gonna have Roderick's illusory double kind of map this out. So we
Okay.
don't have, nobody has to move. Hopefully.
All right. So which direction do you make the double go?
Correct.
Alright, so first room, go forwards. That is 2 drips.
All right. Following directions there.
Well, you're technically in the first room of 2 drips right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then left.
Okay.
Left.
So from the illusion's perspective, drip, drip, drip.
Okay.
3. Drip. You basically.
Right.
Yes.
Actually, no. The illusion goes forward, and there is no audio at all. Actually. Yeah, I have to think about that. Sorry, there is no audio when the illusion moves into the next room.
No
In
audio.
the next room,
No,
or does
no,
it
no audio.
disappear?
You don't hear dripping in that room. You're in a room. You know you should be able to hear things. You look behind yourself. That your duplicate looks behind itself. It does not see the party behind you. There was no dripping. Sorry, I had to correct that.
Okay, and so there is no dripping.
The
Not in the room
illusion's
that's in
not a
right now,
character,
or-
it's not a creature, so it can't be affected by whatever's magic's taking place of this thing, or at least to not the same effect.
Is this a character you're saying?
I mean, you can't hear me right now because you're through your.
He actually can. I think he can do through both.
Yeah. Oh,
Can he?
Yes, he can hear through
no,
himself
so you can
and
hear through
it.
It's a
but
bonus action.
telepathically.
He can swap back and forth as a bonus action.
Oh no,
I
he
think
is
he has a
blinded.
swap.
He's
He
blinded
No,
apparently.
Yes, listen, wait.
Yeah.
Because we have the telepathic bond, we don't need that.
So yeah,
Oh, I
you
guess it's
could
true.
share it
Well,
telepathically.
you also tells you didn't hear it, so I don't know if you shared that with us or not.
Oh, he said, yeah, he did. He basically.
Okay,
My
so it's-
best guess then.
everything.
My best guess is that whatever magic is not actually affecting the creature, since it's just your own incantation. There's no actual like soul to be anchored to for the magic to connect to, and so therefore your double of yourself right now is not actually in the same rules as we are. That's just a guess. I don't know if that's true or not.
So maybe we should just continue and see what happens then.
Oh, go in another room. Fine. I mean, I'm gonna guess you're not gonna run into any drips. I mean, I don't know if your gubble went back, if it would even come back to the hallway. Actually,
All right. Well, Dark, which direction should I go?
I mean, if you heard 0 drips, I'm fucked. I don't know. I need the drips.
go back. Just go back real quick. Go
Okay.
back.
Yeah, he will go backwards.
Okay, you go backwards and you enter a space in a room where you think there should be people, but there's nothing. The topography's there, but there's no people there, there's nothing there, and there's no drips.
Should have been in the left 3 drip room, but then you went back to the 2 drip room which is the first floor of the hallway. So if you went straight, you should be in the hallway then.
Sure, we'll try going straight.
Okay, you go straight. No audio cue. You're in a room. It looks exactly the same as the room behind you. You don't see your group. You don't see yourself.
I think that your magic is still somewhat pushed into another plane, but the locking mechanism to move forward magic is connected to actual entities, and therefore not just magic. So I don't think your duplicate's going to be able to puzzle it out.
That's
That's what I'm thinking. Can I? Does that sound logical, Laris?
Sure, why
Is that an
not?
Arcana check?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a reasonable assumption. Roger,
think
can
we need
you
to go
make
as
a
a group, I think.
Roger, can you make a perception check for me? Just out of curiosity, because
Perception check.
you are with this person.
Oh wow, that should be a 25.
You 25. You strike yourself in the head. God damn, am I stupid? Is what you're saying to yourself in your head. Along the roof, there's language.
Oh mon Dieu.
You look up, and
Yeah, he doesn't say anything. He just looks up.
and there's numbers. So what you see is behind you 1, left 2, forward 3, right 4. Each of these hallways has a number on it.
You say it one more time again?
Behind you 1, left 2, forward 3, right 4. What languages do you speak?
What languages does he speak?
Yeah, just like
All of them.
No.
Yeah, I just want to know the actual dialects you know.
Dwarvish, Primordial.
Okay, so you do not know the native language itself, but you're able to translate it with your invocation. Nonetheless, you know the meaning. 1 for behind, left means 2, forward's 3, and right is 4.
Yeah, let's kind of talk about this. One is behind, left is 2, forward 3, right is 4.
Mm-hmm.
And is that from the perspective of that?
That's the
illusion?
perspective of what this illusion is seeing in the room it's in right now.
Do we look up? We just see script or nothing?
Well, if Roderick tells you to do it, sure. Roderick says look up, then you guys, with your sure number of them, you would see scrawlings in the room you're in too. But you have no idea what it means because none of you probably speak the language.
Right.
Almost certainly, I don't think any of you do. But he can read it because he has that invocation.
Yeah, he'll switch back and look up.
Okay,
Wow.
switch back, and you see the room you're in, 1 behind. 2 on the left, straight is 3, right is 4.
But when we went right, we only heard 2 trips.
Now, 2 doesn't mean wrong room anymore. 2 just means we have to take that direction.
But then what's the point of there being a 3 and a 4?
Because there's doors 1 through 4. So it just means there are different directions to go from each individual room.
So, you're saying there's 3 paths, 2,
If it
3,
says
and 4.
If 3 drips happen, we have to go through the path labeled 3.
Can Roderick teach us real quick the numbers so that we can, even though we don't know the language, like this symbol means 1, this symbol means 2, and we can memorize these 4
close
numbers?
enough, sure. Yeah, close enough.
Okay, cool. So then we can all see the numbers now then.
Yeah, you all know. You all know.
Essentially.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So
Unless
then
there's a new
following-
number that's gonna pop up.
In your
and then-
short-term memory, not permanently, but short-term memory, you
Right.
can roughly identify that symbol's 1, that one's 2, that one's 3, and that one's 4.
So, with that logic, I would assume the group would come to a consensus that we hear 2 drips, we take left. We hear 3 drips, we go forward. We hear the 4th drip, we go right. And we follow this pattern, right?
Yes.
Whenever we walk in, I say that whenever we walk into a room, we should look at the ceiling first and see if the numbers, orientations ever change.
Right. And then we follow the
And then we
directions.
can try to listen to the dripping as the guide. Let's start back at the hallway, just for a clear start then, just so we know where we are.
We reset.
Okay, you guys go back.
I guess cancel the spell.
Alright, you cancel the spell. Concentration ends, your mislead's gone. Spell slot spent. Alright, you go back again, you're in the tunnel. You can turn around and you can go back through the hallway and start yourself in this labyrinth.
Forward.
Forward, you enter into the labyrinth. Drip, drip. Scrawling
Left.
on the room is
Through path 2.
path
Path
2.
two.
To the left, you go to the left, you enter a room. Drip, drip, drip. 1 behind
Through
you,
path
2 to the
3.
left, 3 forward, 4 right. Forward. Drip, drip, drip. Numbering 1 behind, 2 left, 3 forward, 4 right.
Forward.
again.
You go,
Yeah, we are
you
3
go
drips.
forward again. You enter a room. 4 drips. Same exact pattern on the roof. You go to the right.
Then.
You've been here
2
once
drips.
before.
So it's 2 drips, then we head left.
So
if it's the same
you
pattern.
just did 4 and you went to the right. You enter a new room. You hear drip, drip, drip.
Wait a
3.
minute.
You go forward.
You're
You enter a
forward.
room. You hear drip, drip, drip.
Forward.
You enter a room. You hear drip, 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 drip.
Right.
Right.
You enter a room. You hear drip, drip.
Left.
Left.
Wait.
You go left and you exit, and you are now in a tunnel that does not look familiar to you.
Oh.
We did it.
Where did we go off to 4?
4 was
Right.
right. So your group came to the following consensus. The way the puzzle worked, right at the very end, each entrance was always the same exact layout. The number of drips was which door you're supposed to take. Regardless of where you are cardinally, you don't try to think of it in a 3-dimensional space. It's individual rooms. Wow, that took like an hour and a half.
Wow, that's
Well done. All right.
Like, it would have been minute 1, dude, if we just if we got the roof stuff. All right, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of us looked at the ceiling, it would have been great. We were working without a key feature.
You almost figured it out without it. Actually, you guys got all the way
Got the
through
fourth
through
grip.
brute force, isn't it? You got to the 3rd 3. All right. So as you move into this part, oh boy, I know we don't have much more time, but maybe we can get this last one done. Maybe we'll have to stop partway through it.
And necrotic explosion.
Is Owl with us? It's been so quiet for so long.
She went BRB.
Apparently, I was muted.
Oh no. Like, yeah, last time you guys resolved the puzzle was the dwarf poem thing, and she was so excited when you guys, we didn't get to hear any, maybe she wasn't excited, maybe she was excited. We'll never
I think
know.
we're all exacerbated and exhausted.
All right, you guys enter a new
I'm
tunnel.
still a giant badger,
that-
by the way.
that
That's
is
8 hours.
You're still a giant badger?
Yeah, I'm not coming
Oh
out of
my
this form. I
gosh.
can mentally talk.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna end. I mean, based on the total you got about like 8 minutes left of Rary's, by the way. So
8 minutes of Badger.
I thought he recast it.
I recast Rary to us about Pathologic Bond. It seemed instrumental to our survival last time.
We can wait 10 minutes.
all right, so you guys want to sit here and wait for 10 minutes. During the period of time, Evelyn pets the badger because it's a badger. It's fluffy.
Yeah.
So,
I refresh Rary's.
so
Here's the scritches.
Rary's lasts for an hour, so no risk of it falling off. Okay, you guys then gather yourselves up. Wow, it's been a while since we've gone through like any engagement where it's like something's like trialing us like that, right? Kind of interesting. Okay. Kind of rewarding to some capacity. Frustrating, but also rewarding to get through it. So, you archaeologists that you are, you dust yourselves off. You put on your Amelia thinking caps, and you resume marching forward. Refreshing your light cantrips, because of course those will be expiring soon too. You go forward in this tunnel, and the tunnel continues and continues. And there's a couple times when there's like little offshoots, but they look like they're dead ends pretty quickly. Like within field of view from the tunnel you're in. And the main tunnel, basically. And moving forward, after maybe like 12 minutes of walking, right? So it's like over half a mile of walking. You notice something. The tunnel has a weird texture. Tunnels, again, about 10 feet diameter, right? So from left to right. So you get two people stand shoulder to shoulder. And the ceiling is about 10 feet up. So think of a cylinder. It's basically 10 foot diameter, right? And in this portion of tunnel, you notice that there are stones kind of placed in the wall. And there's a stone like left, and there's a stone a little bit diagonally left, and there's a stone straight up, and then there's another stone like to the right, and then there's another stone like straight right. And then past that, there's another ring of stones like that. Left, top left, right above you on the roof, top right roof, and then far right. And then in these stones, there are, by quick assessment, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows of stones like this. And there's 5 columns. If you make it a grid, it's 5 columns. So it's a 6 rows by 5 columns is what you see.
And there's 2 sets of these?
No, it's just this one set of stones like this. On the stones is text that I don't think any of you know the languages. Know the language by heart. But Roderick can read it because of his invocation. Roderick, you read, and you see this weird. Each of these stones has your translation is an approximation, right? It's like this is the root thing. It doesn't include extra accents. So certain like words in other languages might mean multiple things, or they might have flair to kind of like segue sentences together, right? So since you don't know the native language, you're only getting like the straight definition, right? And you get a box blood, and I'm just gonna dump the entire thing into in front of all of you. I can't do that way, can I? Well, maybe I could. Let's try this. Okay, hold on. I didn't think about this. We'll do that, and then we'll. Okay, copy, and then we're gonna get objects, and then I think it's a component, and then it should be a custom table. Cool. Let's try.
Nervousness increases.
Link. Yeah, I did it. I did it. Okay.
Oh, it's a word puzzle.
Let's kind of shrink it down a bit.
My eyes.
So you see this in front of you. This is what each of those rows and columns has. So the stone closest to you technically would be the up portion, right? So I guess this is kind of inverted. But so the first row right here, the one's closest to you, reads braid on the far left stone. The one diagonally above that says hoard. The one that's straight above on the ceiling says can. Top right says given. Is there one, two, there's 6. Sorry. There's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's 6. So it's 6 by 6. My bad. So there's going to be 2 on the ceiling, 2 diagonal, and then 2 on the far right. Yeah, that's what it should be. So far left one, the first row, braid. Top left, hoard. Top diagonally ceiling left. Ceiling left is can, then ceiling right is given. diagonally right is when, and the far right's free, right? And so that's what the first row reads right there. And then the second row reads these right here, right? And so this is what you see. You're in a hallway of these stones placed in the wall with these runes that read this language on them.
What?
One,
All right.
two.
Like a pedestal that you would stand on, or was like a place that you would
I like
obviously
that.
stand to recite something?
I like that combination. Blind ignorance will cost us everything.
What?
You don't know what it says yet, but after enough time, you guys give Roderick like 10 minutes, and you can, like, with a pen and paper.
Oh,
and
we're
you're
giving him
like,
10 minutes. I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages myself.
okay. So to read it with comprehend languages, you have to touch it, Baldric. Do you want to touch one?
Damn it, you're right. Yep.
Do you want to touch one of these?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Do you?
Oh, shit.
Do it.
Yeah, fine.
Which one?
I will.
Which cell?
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm gonna. Well, braid is something that they were not expecting to happen, right? Did I touch that? That might be a trap. It might be zapped.
Why don't you hit it? Touch it.
Which word?
No.
Which cell?
All right, fine. I'll touch 1A.
1A.
Braid.
So you touch braid. The rune lights up with blue light.
Oh.
Nothing bad happens
Oh,
to you. There's no change in the
Yet.
ground. There's no noise. It lights up with light.
Okay.
Chat GPT. Solve this puzzle for me.
Maybe it's only ignorance will set us free, and then we just don't have to figure it out.
I don't think so. I think this is going to relate. To that which holds. I'm gonna go with. So I don't think ignorance exactly is what that his MO was. The Calathep, sure. I'll go with 1B now. We'll just do a little
1B. All right, you hit 1 bead, and the rune horde is now lit.
The room lit up with blue first, though, right?
Yeah.
The room.
So braid and horde are both illuminating a blue color from the text of the self.
Oh,
The
just
stone's
the
not
rune.
glowing; just the rune in the stone is
Right.
glowing.
So
So it's kind of like
horde
a
again.
pale illumination coming out of it. You can
I'll
barely.
tap horde. I'll tap horde again. What happens?
It no longer glows.
All right. So it seems we fill up each one, and it doesn't matter if it's a complete sequence. You just fill them up, and when all 6 are there, it's going to submit this pass key.
But is it? What is
And
it
if
supposed
it's
to say?
on, I'm sure something's going to zap somebody. Zapperone.
But what is it supposed to say?
Oh, that's a good question. It's not related to
Well, you said that you might have an idea that it is related to someone.
I'm hunching that this is that which holds Elien.
Has
and I don't
its followers
think
ever said
ignorance is
anything?
exactly gonna. Oh, yours was such a good suggestion. Why don't you go touch the ones for your suggestion that
Okay.
blind ignorance will cost us everything. Good ones.
All
I'll
right.
go clear braid.
Here's some
Braid to
stones
braid.
for you. Go ahead and put these on the.
Oh God.
I do blind
God.
ignorance will cost us
Oh fuck.
Oh boy.
everything.
Everything.
Right, you do that one. All right, so the light they all light up, and then they all shut off after the last everything's touched. Right, they all disappear. And there's a
Nothing
shift in the ground.
Oh
By the
boy.
way, this is a badger doing this. Like big paws on.
So
Ew.
well, someone's gonna have to lift you up to touch the ceiling once.
I'm a giant badger, though. I'm a medium-sized creature.
Yeah, but I don't think you can
Jeez.
touch the roof. I just don't see it. So someone helps you with it, sure.
Have you not played Baldur's Gate? A giant badger is bigger than a person.
I haven't played it that far, so I'm just gonna think it's like the size of a dog. All right, which is medium.
No, it's a medium creature.
Dogs are medium-sized creatures too.
No, they're not.
It sucks to be you. Anyhow, so
you're making me small, even though I'm not. I'm the same size as them. If they can touch it, so can I.
Well. Either way, the puzzle is figured out.
We will help.
So
We'll help.
the ground shakes a little bit.
Wait, it's figured out?
And you guys see that it's interesting because the ground shakes a little bit, and then you see that ahead of you, the tunnel starts rising.
Oh.
Wait a second. I need to get.
What comes out of that door?
Was that really the answer?
Oh, I'll probably get hit with some poison gas or
Oh
something.
dear.
Oh God.
Oh, I'll put myself against it and use my body to block any holes. I'm sorry.
I think I need my sticky note, right?
One for the braid hoard can give and win free.
Okay, yeah. So, the ground, the floor ahead of you, like lifts up, and you realize it's not lifting up. The tunnel is falling down. That portion ahead of you is sliding down, and all of you begin to slide down a slope at alarming speed. And as you're sliding down, you realize that there's a tunnel ahead of you, and you bounce into it, trying to prevent yourself from careening into a disfavorable direction. There's rocks, and there's things blocking your path, and you're bumping into things, and it's hurting, and you're trying to slow yourself down. I imagine Call's got his nails raking into the ground, but someone above him hits him and pushes him down, because there's a whole group of 7 of you. And so down the slide you go, falling left, hitting right. Is there anything anyone you would like to do as you're in this tunnel of doom?
Please tell me someone has to fall.
Doom! My big nails are just dragging across the tunnel, and I'm just letting out a going backwards down.
So bam, hit, strike into a wall. The badger hits into someone and hurts them a little bit, right? It's not a fun because you guys are close together and you're striking and it's making it hard for you to not continue following. And as you continue to careen down in this direction, eventually. And there's like a sound of fluid, and by the way, as you were falling down the tunnel, your light was barely keeping up with you. The bending left, bending right, you were barely getting enough time to react with this, like the amount of light bouncing off the wall and getting to you in time. So when you eventually land in the puddle, right? Poof! There's a notice of where you kind of like, am I okay? Am I okay? And I need everyone to make a dex saving throw.
Ow.
Is everyone within 5 feet of me?
Not when the fall happened, unfortunately. So Doma, I'll give you, and per random, I'll give one other person just based on the way the falling happened. And I needed not that dice.
It's 10 feet though. 10 feet.
Yeah, I'm aware. And you falling at dinner intervals, and you spread it out. All right, so person 2. So person 2 on that would be a Kyle. You get to have his aura with your save, so you can add 5 on top of it.
God damn, Al.
Damn.
Nat 20, baby! When it doesn't matter, so it totally do.
Maybe it's really good that you don't fail this one, maybe.
This is probably
These
true.
are insane rolls. So Lumi's the 12, is that right?
I'm 11.
11. Oh, 11. So every one of you, 16 plus in everyone besides Lumi? Jesus Christ.
I got a 0.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
0. Audio listeners who listen to this recording later, that was a nat 20 for our Monka call. That was a 19 boy by by Roderick. That was a natural 20 by Evelyn. That was a 0 by Roderick.
Oh,
2.
boy.
That is
Minus
16 by Demiyoko, which I'm sorry, Demiyoko would be Doma, and you got a 24 dex save by Baldric, and you got an 11 by Lumi.
Okay, so as you guys land in this like fluid, and you begin to like kind of peel yourself off the ground, like where is there something dangerous? There's something here. You're looking, you're scanning this around the environment. Is there danger? And as you're scanning the environment, you recognize something odd. 2 people in the party aren't moving. They're like T-posing. Their arms are kind of like stretched out to the side. Lumi and Thorak are like suspended, kind of like partway in the air. They're like a foot off the ground.
Don't be a news. Don't be a fucking slime. No.
And Lumi and Thorak, there's a numbness striking across your skin.
Oh no.
And there's a slight burning sensation. And there's a shimmer from everyone else's perspective looking inward as we see there's a giant cube and 2 people are currently inside the thing. And that's where we're going to be leaving tonight's episode. So, thank you for playing with our Halloween episode. This is Chauncey, your DM, my little flowers. It was so nice to bring you on this little journey with all of us. I think some of us are going to have a little bit of a shave soon. So, thank you for tuning in to Don't Trust the Dungeon Master, and check us out next Friday for the next episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master and Primerus Paradox on Saturdays. Have a great Halloween, everyone, and remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master.
I'll trust him.
Good night, everyone.